Welcome. Oh, sorry. Is it? Oh, my watch is fast. Welcome everybody to today's meeting of Suffolk County Council. I am Councillor Jessica Fleming, Chairman of the County Council, and I'm chairing the meeting today. Today's meeting is being broadcast live and is available to watch on the Council's website while we're on public session. A recording will also be available for viewing following the meeting. Members of the public and press may also record, film or broadcast this meeting when the public and press are not lawfully excluded, in line with the Council's published guidance, and provided due courtesy and respect is shown to others in attendance. Can I remind speakers to wait for me to ask them to speak before they turn on their microphones. When you're speaking, please ensure you use the microphone and speak directly into it so that you can be heard on the audio system and the webcast. Also, please avoid holding your papers or placing IT equipment in front of the microphone, as this will affect sound quality. I would please ask you to avoid talking with colleagues whilst speakers are addressing the chamber. I'm not anticipating any emergencies this afternoon, but please familiarise yourself with the fire escapes and listen for instructions in the event of an emergency. At the end of today's meeting, please may I request that councillors remain seated until you hear the gavel to confirm the meeting has closed, and finally, to please everyone turn off your mobile phones, laptops and any other IT equipment if you haven't already done so. The first item on today's agenda is Suffolk in Focus. And I am delighted to welcome Claire, Countess of Euston, His Majesty's Lord Lieutenant of Suffolk, to address us. Claire, Countess of Euston, CVO, was appointed Lord Lieutenant of Suffolk by Her late Majesty Queen Elizabeth II in December 2014 and will retire on the 15th of April this year, after more than 11 years of outstanding service. Born in Derbyshire and raised in the Scottish borders, Lady Claire earned a master's degree in modern history from the University of London and built a career in the voluntary sector, holding senior roles at organisations including the Mental Health Foundation, the Foundation for People with Learning Difficulties, St Nicholas Hospice Care, and the Suffolk Community Foundation. She also served as a trustee of the Henry Smith Charity for 25 years. Lady Claire was High Sheriff of Suffolk in 2004 and 5, and independent chair of the Suffolk Strategic Partnership from 2005 to 2010. As Lord Lieutenant, she led the county through major national moments such as the COVID pandemic, the death of Queen Elizabeth II, the proclamation of King Charles III, and coronation. During her tenure, she has overseen more than 48 days of royal visits to Suffolk, modernised the lieutenancy, and promoted honours across the county, strengthening Suffolk's record, including especially the King's Awards for enterprise and voluntary service. Lady Clare has also supported major commemorations such as the First World War centenary, VE and VJ Day events, and she's inspired the 22 Festival of Suffolk and introduced the Suffolk Medal to recognise local heroes. I personally have worked with Lady Clare over the past year, and I have enjoyed every second of the time that we have spent visiting different places and people. And I shall miss you very much, Lady Clare. Lady Clare will be succeeded by Mark Pendlington. Councillors, it now gives me great pleasure to ask our Lord Lieutenant to address you all today.
Thank you very much. Madam Chairman, may I thank you and the Council for your usual wonderfully warm welcome. It makes me feel very small. And to you, Councillor Hicks, for engineering this wonderful invitation for me. I feel quite emotional about it, and for so generously providing me with an enormous lunch first. As you all might expect, as I'm due to retire in less than a month's time, I've been in quite a reflective mood, and two things are at the top of my mind today. First, because it gives me the opportunity to convey to you all my deepest personal thanks and those of my very varied and large lieutenancy team, to all members and officers here in the County Council for the practical help, support and encouragement you give to the lieutenancy. Endeavour House is at the heart of making things happen for us, and we have been especially grateful to Nicola Beach, who has served as lieutenancy clerk. It has been a happy tradition, chaired with other counties, for the Chief Executive to hold this responsibility on behalf of His Majesty the King. And as we both, Nicola, prepare to leave office, I'm grateful for this opportunity to pay you the warmest tribute I can. Thank you, Nicola. We've been through some tumultuous times in the last few years, and I cannot thank you enough for everything you've done. Secondly, I want to reflect on something that we all have in common, everyone in this room, and that is a passion and great love for this wonderful county of Suffolk and a dedication to public service. I grew up in the Scottish borders, and I always thought maybe that's where I would end my life, up there. But no, I've been well and truly suffocated, and I'm here. We share, I know, a very special pride in our glorious towns and villages, and in the individual and diverse character of our communities. For hundreds of years, Suffolk has played a pivotal role in the development of democracy, culture and the arts, sport, science and health, farming, religion and international trade. From those visionary authors of the Magna Carta, crouched around the tomb and the shrine of our great saint and martyr, Edmund, to today, these marvellous entrepreneurs who Jessica has mentioned, who are at the cutting edge of global technology and innovation. I believe, like you all do, that we live and work and learn in the best county in Britain. Life here is full of opportunity, but we're also home to many severe challenges, and I know and see the incredible amount of expertise and hard work that you all put into ensuring that no one here in Suffolk is left behind. Together, you serve all generations, and I'm very glad to see another generation at the end of the room. In every corner of Suffolk, You celebrate difference, and you shine a spotlight on achievement and success, and you work so hard to support those who are in need, vulnerable or isolated. And it is a lovely opportunity to me today to thank you all on behalf of this great county. This is also what drives the commitment of the Lieutenancy to Suffolk. It is a great privilege to work for the King. The Lieutenancy is fiercely independent and non-political. We have a diverse team active across the county and across all the main sectors of society. We promote and celebrate voluntary service. We support business. We encourage diversity and inclusion and promote collaboration across communities. And we support all those like you who dedicate their lives to civic, public, voluntary and military service. And we try to ensure that they receive, and you all receive, the public recognition you deserve. Suffolk has never been a show-off county. I often wish our citizens would show off more. I remember the great Duke of Wellington's remark after Waterloo was to say that if you want to take an impossible position in a battle, you use a Highland regiment. But if you want to hold an impossible position, send for the Suffolks. We have a thoughtful, kind and compassionate King who devotes his considerable energy to supporting aspiration in young people, to protecting the environment and to bringing harmony across communities. He and members of the royal family are regular visitors to this county, and they never fail to tell me how much they enjoy their time here. I know for a fact that they have a very particular affection for Suffolk. I have been very privileged to hold the office of Lord Lieutenant during periods of great celebration as well as deep national challenge and sadness. And the world continues to be a very uncertain place. Throughout, I have been sustained and encouraged by the Suffolk character at its very best. We always continue to work hard to create a better world. And I believe that the County Council and the Lieutenancy working together have had a special responsibility to lead by example. As I leave office, I draw on that great strength of courage, resilience, and gentle good humour that makes Suffolk so special. May we continue to encourage others to follow that example. Madam Chairman, thank you for this opportunity to speak to you all today and to express my thanks for the support of Suffolk County Council and to wish everyone here well for the future in these uncertain times. Thank you all so much.
Lady Clare, Lord Lieutenant, may I thank you for your most thought-provoking and inspiring, uplifting speech, and for joining our meeting this afternoon. I would like to invite now group leaders to say a few words. May I call first on Councillor Matthew Hicks. I will then be calling on the other three group leaders. Matthew.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman, and I would like, on behalf of this Council and the people of Suffolk, to place on record our sincere thanks and appreciation to Clare, Countess of Euston, who, as we've heard, will retire next month as Lord Lieutenant of Suffolk. After more than 11 years of outstanding service to the Sovereign and this county. As you said, you were appointed by Her late Majesty Queen Elizabeth back in December 2014, and Lady Clare has served as a Sovereign's representative in Suffolk with great dignity, with warmth and with dedication, during a period that has included some of the most significant national moments of recent history. As Lord Lieutenant, Lady Clare led the county through the challenges of the COVID pandemic, provide dignified leadership following the death of Her late Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, and oversaw Suffolk's role in the proclamation of His Majesty the King. During her tenure, she supported more than 48 royal visits to Suffolk, each occasion marked by professionalism, care, and genuine pride in our county. Of course, beyond ceremony, Lady Clare has also played a crucial role, as we heard earlier, modernising the Suffolk Lieutenancy and in championing recognition for the service at every level. Her work to promote honours across the county strengthened Suffolk's record of national recognition, while her support for the Suffolk Community Foundation and the Suffolk Medal, the county's highest civic honour, created a lasting way to recognise individuals who have made an exceptional and enduring contribution to Suffolk and its communities. And throughout all of this, Lady Clare has remained deep-rooted in Suffolk life, combining her work at Euston with a strong commitment to conservation, heritage, and the countryside, and always on an eye with future generations. I think we saw that during your speech, noting the new arrival at the end to the chamber. Madam Chairman, Lady Clare has served Suffolk with distinction, with compassion, and with an unwavering sense of duty. On behalf of Suffolk County Council, I thank her sincerely for all she has given to this county, and we all wish you every happiness in your retirement. And as Lady Clare steps down, we also welcome Mark Pendington as the incoming Lord Lieutenant of Suffolk. We look forward to working with him as he takes up this important role and continues the proud tradition of service to His Majesty the King and the people of Suffolk. Lady Clare, once again, on behalf of us all, thank you very much.
I now call on Councillor Andrew Stringer, Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Chair. On behalf of myself and the group of councillors that I represent, I'd like to say a very heartfelt thank you for the service that you've given this county. You have been, in my judgment, someone that in terms of hierarchies, tries to sort of find the best out of them, and you've been exceptional, I have to say, in you being a figurehead of what's best about this county. I think the speech you just made, for all us politicians and aspiring politicians, should be a lesson. Soft words, strong words, but softly spoken, I thought was amazing. Thank you. And thank you for your integrity in the work that you do on your estate. I think it's amazing that we have been at some of the forefront of how we can access and nurture the countryside, and so much more of that should go on. And thank you for your interest in that. Also, I feel slightly humble. I mean, mostly now politicians will tell you about their trade and their background. I'll tell you about my trade and background. I'm a carpet fitter from Cotton. So I find it quite amazing that I can be standing in this chamber addressing yourselves. But what's really interesting for me is my grandfather was a horseman. So he valued the horses that you also have a keen interest in. So even though we might be a long way apart in our lineage and our birth, we have common ground, and that common ground is Suffolk. So as I wind up, I'm only going to say a few words. Thank you so much again for the work you've done for this county. You've been a supreme example, I have to say, of an ambassador for all that's good about what we do and what we aspire to be. Thank you.
I now call on Councillor Sandy Martin to address the chamber.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chairman. Yes, I call to mind a Christmas, it must have been 2012, something like that, And I was singing in a carol concert at Euston Hall. And we retired to the gun room for champagne and mince pies afterwards. And Councillor Joanna Spicer was holding court in front of a blazing fire. I really didn't want to get involved in a political discussion that close to Christmas. And so I found a friend who was talking to a woman in a corner of the room. And it was a friendly and unassuming conversation, and which I felt completely at home with, and we discussed the role of music in religion and, I believe, the value of cultural norms. And of course, that was the Countess of Euston. Lady Clare is approachable. She is interested in what other people have to say. And above all, she's been a champion of genuine British values in our county. She invited me to lunch with her in 2017, just after I'd been elected to Parliament, to discuss the constitution of our country and the Commonwealth and the future of the Commonwealth. And I really valued her insights, and I got the impression that she valued my insights. She's always shown an interest in working across all divides for the betterment of Suffolk. Many of us in this chamber here today are going to be leaving, and this is our last full council. And I just wanted to pay a very short acknowledgement to the fantastic work of our Chief Executive on this as well. And I know I'd like to share with Lady Clare her appreciation for the work that Nicola has been doing. But all of us, including those of us who are leaving, must still do our best to support our beautiful county. And I know that that is what Clare, Countess of Euston, will be doing. Thank you.
I now call on Councillor Christopher Hudson.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chairman, and good afternoon, Lady Clare. Today we say farewell to a great civic person who has done so much for our county, and not just for the people of Suffolk, but also for many animals in the county. I'm thinking particularly of your beloved Suffolk punchers, which I've had the pleasure of seeing, and I guess colleagues have as well, at Hoseley and elsewhere. Nothing sums up the beauty and strength of our county such as those horses, and we are so privileged that you join us today. May I thank you for your clarity, for your integrity, and your determination in everything that you have done. It was very good to be invited by our chairman, by Madam Chairman this year, to go along on behalf of one of the charities, to come along to Euston and to see and to go on a tour of the estate. It's such a big, big place, and it was an amazing thing to see, and to virtually see the best of Suffolk, not only in agriculture, but in the buildings as well, the fine buildings that take up that part of our county. You have encouraged people in all kinds of ways that perhaps are too long to list. But as you know, Lady Clare, success is built on people. And that's the important thing, that we build our success on people, trust, and our shared values. Our shared values are far better than anything else which possibly divides us. And that's an important thing to say. I like to reflect on your commitment and belief with all aspects of civic life, charity, and the general life of the county. Madam, I salute you for your good efforts and continuing work. And on behalf of everybody here, whilst we are very sorry to see that you are leaving that post as our senior office in the county of Lord Lieutenant, we wish you all the very best and thank you for the legacy you have left behind. So on behalf of everybody, as I've said, thank you, Lady Clare. Thank you for the good work and every success in the next chapter, whatever that story may be. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody, and thank you, councillors, for your kind words. Lady Clare, you are very welcome to stay with us. And though you may not want to last the whole 3 or 4 hours or so that we will be here. However, if you would like to take a seat in the gallery, or feel free to leave whenever you feel you need to leave. And again, thank you so much. We now move on to agenda item 2, Chairman's announcements. I'm starting off with a couple of 2 deaths in service. It is with very much sadness that I inform you that Carl Roden, who was a hugely respected and long-standing member of the IT team at Suffolk County Council for 37 years, has sadly passed away last month. Throughout his decades of service, Carl played a key role in supporting the Council's core technology and infrastructure, contributing to the smooth running of essential systems, which are relied upon every day by colleagues and services across Suffolk. Carl's knowledge, reliability and good humour made him a hugely popular and trusted member of the IT team. Carl will be missed enormously by everybody in the department and widely across the council. Our thoughts are with Carl's family at this difficult time. It is also with great sadness that I announce the passing of Sujata Gathini on Friday the 13th of February, following a period of illness. Sujata was a social worker in the unaccompanied asylum-seeking children and leaving care team for children and young people's services, a really key role for the council. She was a dedicated and compassionate professional, a valued friend and colleague, and her warmth, kindness and commitment to young people will be deeply missed by all who knew and worked with her. Our thoughts are with her family at this difficult time. Can I ask you all to stand now, please, for 1 minute of silence for Carl and Sujata. Thank you, councillors. I have an award to announce. I'm pleased to inform you that Suffolk is a winner of the Working in Collaboration Energy Award 2026 from the Association for Public Services Excellence. This national recognition is for the collaborative work of the Suffolk Climate Change Partnership which has, over the years, supported communities, businesses and schools in delivering projects on energy efficiency and cost savings. I would like to congratulate everyone involved. Councillors standing down. As you are aware, this is the last meeting of the current County Council. A number of councillors, including some very long-serving colleagues, will be standing down in May. I'm sure the Council would want me to take this opportunity to recognise councillors' hard work and commitment to public service throughout their terms of office. And personally, I would like to wish everyone in this chamber well for the future. And finally, a few words of thanks. As you will be aware, this is our Chief Executive, Nicola Beach's last meeting. Nicola has been an outstanding Chief Executive for Suffolk County Council, and I would like to personally thank her for the support and guidance she's given me as Chairman over the year, and to wish her all the best for the future. Nicola, apart from missing sitting in this chair, I shall miss having you by my side to keep me straight, on time, and well watered throughout all our meetings, for finding pens when I don't have one, for making sure that, along with Nigel, who I would also like to thank, for keeping us straight, on the straight and narrow during our meetings, and for keeping everyone in order insofar as he has been able.
Thank you, Chairman.
I also want to say a big thank you to my Vice Chairman, Councillor David Roach, for his unwavering support to me as Chairman at the various events we have gone to over the year. It has been an enormous honour to attend the civic side of county life, and I'm extremely grateful for the opportunity that has been given to me over the past year. I would also like to add the support of my PA, Sue Bennett, who isn't here today. Sue has been wonderful, and the many other people working behind the scenes in democratic services and in other areas of the council who have made this year such an outstandingly excellent year it has been, despite the impressions that sometimes are given. I shall miss you all, and including the sparring across the chamber, and I shall even miss Councillor Stringer. I hope to see as many of you as possible at my chairman's reception on Tuesday at Trinity Park, and this concludes my announcements. Thank you. The next item on the agenda is apologies for absence. The apologies are on the screen. Are there any further apologies for noting, please? Yes, Councillor.
Councillor Debbie McCullum.
Thank you. We'll now move on to... Oh, sorry, Councillor Martin.
Yes, thank you, Chair. And Councillor Lucy Smith also sends her apologies.
Thank you. Item 4 is declarations of interest and dispensations. The wording is displayed on the screen. Do councillors have any other interests to declare in respect of today's agenda? Thank you, I don't see any. We'll now move on to agenda item 5, minutes of the previous meeting. If any councillor wishes to comment on the minutes, please indicate to the monitoring officer. Do I see any hands? No. I take it then that council is content to approve the minutes as the correct record. Agreed. Thank you, councillors. Agenda item 6, public questions. We have received 5 public questions for today's meeting, and I will invite the questioner for question number 1 to take a seat in the chamber to ask their question. I'll then ask the appropriate cabinet member to respond. Questioners have up to 1 minute to ask their question, and the answer will be recorded as part of the minutes of the meeting. Question 1 is to Councillor Chris Chambers from Councillor Jan Jarvis, representing West Suffolk Council. Mr. Jarvis, if you could please take your seat at the microphone, and when you're ready, push the button and ask your question.
Thank you, Chair, for giving me the chance to ask this question on behalf of the residents of Newmarket. Residents in Newmarket continue to raise concerns about the lack of a local household waste recycling centre following the closure of the Depot Road site. Now, West Suffolk Council has also recently passed a motion recognising the need to restore accessible recycling provision for Newmarket residents. Would Suffolk County Council be willing to enter into constructive discussions with West Suffolk and Newmarket councillors and officers to explore potential options for addressing this pressing issue? Thank you.
Thank you for your question, Councillor Jarvis. Firstly, one point of clarification which has been misunderstood in previous discussions. I must explain what's meant by accessible recycling provision. In this respect, a reference to recycling centre being reasonably accessible specifically relates to where provision is made outside of the authority's area, and Suffolk County Council fully meets its statutory requirements. To your question, I recognise the continued desire of Newmarket residents to have a more local recycling facility, and I would like nothing more than to deliver this for them. Indeed, local members and colleagues, Councillor Drummond and Hood, have successfully lobbied this administration to retain the lease and the environmental permit for the former Depot Road site rather than let that lease be surrendered. We had hoped that the proposed county deal might provide the necessary funds to make it happen, but they were withdrawn by the Labour government. This council remains committed to having all necessary preliminary conversations that could deliver a new household waste recycling centre for Newmarket, but the decision on whether to make the necessary capital funding allocation required for it is one for the new administration of this council to make after the May elections. To be clear, I and my Conservative colleagues support those calling for a new household waste recycling centre for Newmarket, and by retaining the permit for the Depot Road site, the door remains open, and I hope a new administration is able to make the right decision for Newmarket and West Suffolk.
Thank you very much. Councillor Jarvis, do you have a supplementary question?
Yeah, thank you very much, Councillor Chambers. May I ask one more question? How does requiring Newmarket residents to make long journeys of 30-mile round trips to recycle and do the right thing align with this council's and Suffolk's environmental commitments and the fact we are experiencing a cost of living crisis?
Councillor.
Thank you for your supplementary question, Councillor Jarvis. Look, I recognise that some residents, or Newmarket residents, have to travel a bit longer to go to a household waste recycling centre. But as I explained in my first answer, the budget constraints mean that we can't at the moment make the necessary investment. But it's for a decision for the future administration of this council after May's elections, and I hope they can make the right decision.
Thank you very much, both. Question 2 is to Councillor Paul West from Councillor Amanda Foley, representing Felixstowe residents. Councillor Foley is unable to attend today, and so I will read the question on her behalf. The roads are falling apart. Could this council look to find additional funding to improve the efficiency of pothole repairs? The posts on social media have been saying an average of 535 per week are being done, but in a county with so many miles of roads, that is just not enough. Councillor West, would you please respond?
Yes, of course. Thank you, Madam Chairman. Before I give the answer, it is just worth pointing out that in the DFT rating letter earlier in the year, which was rated on 3 separate sections, under road condition, the Suffolk's A, B and C roads were actually rated green and the unclassified roads were rated amber. But nevertheless, in respect of the money that's spent, we've invested significantly more capital spending in our roads and highways than we've received from central government over the last 5 years. We've invested £196 million compared to receiving £164 million from the DFT over that same time period. We've also spent, over those 5 years, an additional £85.5 million from our revenue budget as well. Now, we all know there's more to do, but first and foremost, we have a responsibility to live within our means as a council and keep the council financially secure. And obviously, as we have done repeatedly over the last 5 years, we will find additional money as and when we can.
Thank you very much. As Councillor Foley is not in attendance, there will be no supplementary question. Question 3 is to Councillor Chris Chambers from Mr. Richard Cooper. Mr. Cooper, please would you take a seat at the microphone, and when you're ready, push the button to speak and ask your question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Councillor Chambers, over the last 6 years, Milesford Parish Council has been negotiating with Sizewell C and with Suffolk County Council Highways officers to achieve mitigation on the A12 through Milesford. The mitigation was enshrined in the Sizewell C DCO, and the works to the A12 in Milesford are due to start on the 5th of May of this year. Can I have the Council's assurance that every reasonable effort will be made to secure a change in speed limit through the village from 40 miles an hour to 30 miles an hour in line with the DCO provisions? This change is for the safety, the health and the mental well-being of all our residents, but particularly those living within 20 metres of the A12 carriageway. And there are about 23 properties that close to the A12 in Milesford. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cooper. Councillor Chambers, would you respond, please?
Yeah, sure. Thank you, Madam Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Cooper. So Suffolk County Council recognises the long-standing concerns of Milesford Parish Council and local residents about vehicle speeds on the A12, particularly given the proximity of homes to the carriageway. As you note, the Sizewell C Development Consent Order includes a package of mitigation measures for Milesford. The mitigations include the potential for a reduction in speed limit through the village from 40 to 30 miles an hour alongside a new pedestrian crossing. I want to assure you that the County Council will continue to make every effort to secure the appropriate mitigation. To deliver a lawful and permanent speed limit reduction, the Council and Sizewell C must follow the Statutory Traffic Regulation Order, TRO, process, and this involves design work, consultation, and ensuring that all requirements, both legal and technical, are fully met. We're working closely with Sizewell to progress this in parallel with the wider mitigation scheme. Our priority is the safety, well-being and quality of life of residents, including those living closest to the A12. We remain committed to ensuring that measures delivered in Milesford achieve the outcomes that were intended when the DCO was agreed. I therefore give you my assurance that the Council will continue to work proactively with Sizewell C, Milesford Parish Council and all relevant stakeholders to secure the delivery of the proposed mitigations.
Thank you. Would you like to ask a supplementary?
Thank you, Councillor Chambers, for that assurance. Can you just clarify how long it'll take from the end of the consultation to the actual implementation of the change, assuming that is what goes through?
I can't give you an exact answer, unfortunately, because it's all dependent on the consultation and the feedback that's given from during that process, whether it's objections or the people who are supportive of the scheme. But I'm happy to take that away and look and try and give you a sort of an estimated timeline. But as I say, it's not a one-size-fits-all process, unfortunately.
Thank you both very much. Question number 4 is to Councillor Nadia Chenchi from Marianne Fellows. Miss Fellows, please would you take a seat at the microphone, and when you're ready, push the button to speak and ask your question.
Madam Chairman, councillors, officers, ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Our vital library service was not mentioned in the list of achievements and/or services needing more investment in your motion 1 today. To what extent has the council been successful in its provision since bringing this back in-house?
Councillor Chenchi.
Madam Chair, I'd like to thank Ms Fellows for her question. It gives me an opportunity. There are many achievements that could have been listed, and I hope Ms Fellows stays to hear the motion later, where I have prepared to make a statement of those achievements and including the libraries. But I'm going to stress them now because I have that opportunity. We are proud of our libraries and the vital service they provide to our communities across Suffolk. The service was brought back in-house June 2025, and last week was the subject of scrutiny committee. As part of this work, a 1.8 million transition fund was allocated in order to support the extra costs of transition and the first year of it being utilised. So the important points that I will highlight, all staff will be aligned on pay and benefits from April 26. No frontline staff face redundancy. 95% of volunteers chose to continue, including most friends groups, and numbers have since grown, and we actually have 6 to 8 new applicants per week wanting to volunteer. The internal audit team confirms reassurance and a high degree of stability. Customer satisfaction went up from 9.7 to 9.78. Number of in-year cuts, there is no in-year cuts to opening hours, staffing or stock purchases, and any anticipated costs will be covered by the transition fund. And I'd like to take this opportunity to thank officers and the staff. Furthermore, there are benefits which should not be realised before it was brought in-house. And one of those is the economy of scale. So this goes right across the whole of Suffolk County Council, understanding the importance of those libraries. And officers have worked really hard for this transition to be the success that it is. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Chenchi. Ms Fellows, do you have a supplementary question?
Thank you, Madam Chairman, yes.
Please go ahead.
Councillor Cecily, thank you for that explanation. And I agree with you that they are vital services that we should be proud of, and of our staff and the hard work that they have put in during a difficult transition period. And we're grateful for the support of the public. Would you explain how the economy scale has been successful, as you say, when a library has been waiting 6 weeks for one of its PC, its public computers, to be replaced? It only has, 2, and one is broken. It's waited 6 weeks. Another has waited 6 weeks for a notice board to be repaired. And the staff...
Sorry,
it's one question.
Can you make it clear? We just need a quick, clear supplementary question, not several, just one.
How has the economy of scale been successful if there is evidence that a library has waited 6 weeks to have a PC repaired and it is only one of 2 that they have?
Thank you. Councillor Chenchi.
The economy of scale, it covers a lot of areas, including communications and IT, actually, strangely enough. I don't know about that specific incident. Across all 45 libraries, that will be one little thing that probably I wouldn't have been notified about, but as you've brought it up, I will make sure that I find out why it's taken 6 weeks. They might be waiting for a part, I'm not sure, and I'll come back to you personally to let you know. Okay?
Thank you both very much. Question 5 is to Councillor Steve Wiles from Mr. Martin Catchpole. Mr. Catchpole, please would you take a seat at the microphone, and when you're ready, push the button to speak and ask your question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Health Scrutiny Committee issued a bulletin in October regards to the autumn-winter flu and COVID-19 vaccine campaign for Suffolk. In reference to the work of this committee and the Health and Wellbeing Committee, may I please request an update on how the County Council feel the vaccination campaign impacted the county's frontline healthcare workers compared to previous years, with a clear reference to the total percentage of Suffolk's own frontline healthcare workers who took up the offer of the flu vaccination, and also the total percentage of frontline healthcare workers in Suffolk who took up the COVID-19 vaccination to date, March 2026. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wiles.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Catchpole, for your question. Suffolk County Council continues to work closely with the NHS and our local health partners to support and encourage vaccinations for frontline healthcare workers. This helps protect staff, maintain services over winter, and keep patients safe. Regarding the flu vaccination this winter, the flu vaccination campaign has seen better uptake than last year, both nationally and in our region. National uptake has risen from 38% last winter to 45% this winter. And across East of England, the uptake has increased from 41% to 49%. Across NHS trusts in the East of England, most organisations have seen improvement of the 8 to 10 percentage points, which is higher than the national 5% improvement target. Looking specifically at Suffolk's main health providers and drawing on published data, the latest of which covers the period up to the end of January 26, East Coast Community Healthcare increased uptake from 75% last winter to over 77% this year. SNF increased uptake from 34% to over 51%. The James Paget Hospital went from 41% to over 45%. And at West Suffolk Hospital, the data had not been published at the time of this report, but local data suggests that the increase was from 48% last year to 54% this winter. Local monitoring by providers suggests uptake is slightly higher than the currently published figures and covers a longer period beyond the end of January. Turning to COVID-19 vaccinations, for autumn 2025, national guidance changed. COVID-19 booster vaccinations were only offered to people aged 75 and over, to older adult care home residents, and people who are immune suppressed. Frontline health and social care workers are not included in this eligibility group following national clinical advice. Because of this change, there isn't a comparable COVID-19 uptake figure for frontline workers this winter. I trust this response answers your question. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Wiles. Mr. Catchpole, would you like to ask a supplementary question?
Yes, please, Madam Speaker.
Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Councillor Wiles. The numbers reported, although they're definitely down since 2019, and there's a variety of reasons for those: misinformation and better informed consent. The 7 principles of public life tell us about your duty as public servants to have integrity, openness, and objectivity. I would like to ask Mr. Wiles, Madam Speaker, and those present to consider those 7 principles when looking at informed consent, in particular to the work...
Sorry, can we have a
This is the
specific
question. This is the question.
It needs to be brief and specific.
Sure. To look at those 7 principles when looking at the informed consent, in particular to the work of Dr. Christopher Exley.
Councillor, are you in a position to answer that?
Thank you for the supplementary. As you must be aware, we do monitor any data or information as it comes through to us, but in this case I will ask a Chief Medical Officer to supply an answer for you. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your questions, and thank you both. This concludes public questions. We now move on to agenda item 7, amendment to the County Council's constitution and appointment of joint chief executives. This is a report by the chief executive. May I call on Councillor Matthew Hicks to move the recommendations?
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. The paper before us, the Council is asked to agree the recommendations that have come out of the Constitution Working Party to agree the proposed amendments as set out in Appendix 1 and Appendix 2 in this report. But also, just to make sure that's watertight, we've also asked to delegate to the Assistant Director of Governance, Legal and Assurance the authority actually to make any consequential technical changes to the Constitution, of course in consultation with the Assistant Director for HROD as appropriate. So that's the first part. Subject to the agreement of those parts 3A and 3B, the Council was then asked to agree the recommendation that came out of the Staff Appointments Committee. And that is the recommendation that Andrew Cook is appointed to the post of Joint Chief Executive and Head of Paid Service. And the recommendation made to the Staff Appointments Committee was that Mark Ash is appointed to the post of Joint Chief Executive for LGR Devolution, Transformation and Change. That is in line with the representation of the People's Act 1983 that Andrew Cook is appointed as the returning officer for elections of the councillors of this council, for the elections of this council. So those are the recommendations that have laid out. I think it's fair to say we had a really good, well-run meeting where we were very impressed with both the performance of both candidates, and we were absolutely delighted to make the recommendation to full council that they are appointed in that role as joint chief executives. Thank you. Quite right.
Thank you very much, Councillor Hicks. Do you have a seconder? Thank you. Councillor Stringer, would you like to speak? You have up to 3 minutes.
Yeah, I'd be very brief. Yeah, I'd just like to second the recommendation. I think the conclusion it's come to is one of common sense and pragmatism. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Would any other councillor wish to speak? Councillor Martin.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Chairman. I regret that our group does not actually have a member on the Staff Appointments Committee any longer. However, I would like to confirm that we were fully involved in the decision that we are being asked to ratify here today, and we are 100% behind it. It's a very sensible decision.
Councillor Hudson, would you like to add some words?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Yes, we had a very good opportunity to both interview and see the candidates, and it was very, very interesting. And may I say that we are in very safe pairs of hands with whatever happens in the future, and I wish them both the best. Thank you.
Thank you all very much. Would any other councillor wish to speak on this subject? If you wish to speak, please signal clearly and let the monitoring officer know. I don't see anyone else. Councillor Stringer, would you like to add anything else at this point? I don't. Councillor Hicks, as proposer, would you like to add anything else?
Nothing further.
Is it the wish of the council to agree the recommendation by general affirmation? Agreed. Thank you very much. Agenda item 9 is the annual report. Oh, sorry. I beg your pardon. Agenda item 8 is the pay policy statement. This again is a report by the Chief Executive. May I call on Councillor Nadia Chenchi to move the recommendations?
Thank you, Chair. I know this is the one that you've all been waiting to hear about. Sorry, it is a little bit dry, but it is very, very important. The pay policy statement for 2026-27 is a crucial document as it outlines our approach to remuneration for our employees, ensuring transparency and fairness in our pay structures, balancing and attracting and retaining high-quality employees dedicated to public service, whilst avoiding being unnecessarily generous or otherwise excessive. The Council are required under Section 38(1) of the Localism Act 2011 to produce this statement annually, and it must be approved by the County Council and be published on our website. One of the key reasons for publishing the pay policy statement is to examine the relationship between our highest paid and the lowest paid employees. Whilst there is no fixed limit on what this relationship should be, Will Hutton, in his 2011 report, Hutton Review of Fair Pay in the Public Sector, suggested a ratio of 20:1, meaning the highest paid person would earn no more than 20 times the earnings of the lowest paid. Suffolk has a positive story to tell here, as our pay ratio between Joint Chief Executives and median earner is 1 to 4.8. So the Joint Chief Executives are paid just under 5 times more than the median earner. And when measured against the lowest earner, it is 1 to 7.5, so 7.5 times more than the lowest earner. In both cases, this is considerably better than the suggested measure and continues the improving trend we've seen in recent years. This year's pay policy confirms the arrangements for Suffolk Community Library staff who transferred into the council last year. These staff will move on to Suffolk County Council's pay scales from the 1st of April 26, as I already mentioned in the answer to the question, demonstrating our commitment to a group of employees who work so dedicatedly and bringing parity and consistency with newly employed staff in libraries and the wider County Council. We are committed to transparency and fairness in our pay practices, which the pay policy demonstrates, and this, along with the ongoing work within human resources, ensures we remain an employer of choice. In conclusion, I recommend that the pay policy statement for 26-27 is approved by the Council. Thank you.
Councillor, do you have a seconder? Yes. May I call on you, Councillor Smith, to add some words? You have 3 minutes.
Madam Chairman, thank you. I certainly won't take 3 minutes because Councillor Chensi has made all of the relevant points. I do just want to point out that this council has just agreed to the formal appointment of 2 Joint Chief Executives, of which we all, I think, are delighted with that. And that process will bring savings of up to £92,000 in the next year, which is very welcome. This report reports on a number of different measures. They have all, without exception, moved in a positive manner this year. So well done to the organisation, well done to HR, both its head Tim Jermin and to Daisy Ray, who wrote this. It is a good report which I welcome and the council should welcome.
Thank you very much, Councillor Smith. Councillor Andrew Stringer, as spokesperson for the opposition, would you like to speak now? You'd like to speak later? You have nothing to add. Thank you very much. Would any other councillor like to speak in this debate? I don't see any hands raised, in which case I think we can probably move on to agreement by general affirmation, if that's all right. Good. Agenda item 9 is a report by the Chief Executive, and I call on Councillor Joanna Spicer to move the recommendations. Councillor Spicer, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Some years ago, the leader called me into his office and asked me to chair the Audit Committee. He constantly reminds me that I said, well, all right, I'll do it for 1 year. So it's somewhat of a surprise that 8 years later, I'm still standing up here asking members to accept the annual report from the Audit Committee. So last night, I thought I'd better check about this word audit. I got out the Oxford English Dictionary, had to dust it down a bit, looked up the word audit. And I was a bit surprised to see several meanings, including an audit ale, which is brewed by Cambridge colleges. But the alarming Oxford English Dictionary explanation was that audit can mean a day of judgment. So, is today a day of judgment? For some of you, it might well be. Members of the Audit Committee and all the officers that support that committee, frankly, deserve to call it a day of celebration, because it's another year of jolly, impressive, hard work. But for me personally, there's a bit of a day of sadness about this. I worked out this morning in the car that I've done over 200 council meetings, and I'm sorry that this is going to be my last chance to talk to you. First meeting I spoke at, back in the hallowed dark oak-lined hall, the old county hall, I was absolutely terrified. The chairman of social services went round giving out little bits of paper to members who smiled at him, and I drew lucky. I couldn't read his writing when I was then called. So today, we have all this modern equipment. If you turn to page 65, you'll see the annual report. And I first of all want to thank Peter Frost, the head of Internal Audit and Counter Fraud, for preparing much of the detail. So he left it to me to write an introduction, which you'll see in paragraph 9. So, in the spirit of good governance, I drafted an introduction to the annual report, and I sent it to Peter. Do you know what he did? He's put it through AI. Well done. He told me it needed humanizing. Really? So I only hope when you read the introduction that you feel this machine called AI has done me justice. Because in 8 years we have the Audit Committee and all those that have worked to support us. We've survived several budget cycles, a lot of audit slippages from the external auditor, a pandemic, and most of all, learning new acronyms, of which AI is clearly one of those. So, in the spirit of when I normally stand up to introduce this report, I'd like to tell you what I think you should be doing next. I do think this council needs to understand how we are using artificial intelligence, and that was going to be big on our forthcoming agenda, and I hope it will be. I always take this opportunity each year, Chairman, to acknowledge the hard work that goes into supporting the Audit Committee. But I feel perhaps I haven't paid... when we councillors talk about money, it's always with budgets and budget monitoring and setting the budget. And I feel I haven't given enough credit to the staff that actually prepare our accounts every year. On time, excellent results from the external auditor, and I do pay tribute to them as well this year. So, Chairman, I'm very pleased to present this report, and I hope members will please, it might be a bit long, but please do read it. Thank you very much, Chairman.
Thank you very much, Councillor Spicer. Do you have a seconder?
Hope so.
Where is he or she? Councillor Reader?
Yes.
Would you like to speak?
I'll defer my right, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Annette Dunning, as the spokesperson for the opposition on this subject, you may speak for up to 5 minutes.
That's terribly kind of you, but I think I actually only need a couple. I'm a relatively new member of the Audit Committee, and I would just like to say thank you very much to Joanna for all her help, her support and advice at the short time that I have been a member. What shall I take away from it? The learning is wonderful. but your face when we learned about AI and how it was being used from Peter was brilliant. But we learned something new, and that's the brilliant thing. We learn something new every day. So I would like to say thank you for your help and your support. And actually, on behalf of everyone from the Greens, Lib Dems and Independents, the official opposition here, thank you and wish you all the very best for your future, because I know you're standing down. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Yes, when I was elected to this county council in 1997, Councillor Spicer was already an institution. However, I have just even more recently than Councillor Dunning joined the Audit Committee, and it is the first time, I think, that I have been a member of a committee that has been chaired by Councillor Spicer. I would remind everybody that she was an excellent chair of this council, and I enjoyed her chairmanship then. I enjoy her chairmanship of the Audit Committee, even only for the 2 meetings that I have been at. And although I can't pretend to enjoy audit particularly, I am deeply reassured by the level of assurance that is built into the audit system, that unlike some other councils in the country, this council is not about to bankrupt itself, about to send any of its members off to a life of luxury in the Cayman Islands on ill-gotten gains, or indeed any of the other things that might have happened if we hadn't had an audit committee. So thank you, Councillor Spicer, and I'm sure we will all go on to other things.
Thank you very much. Would any other councillors, Councillor Stringer?
Thank you, Chair. I just want to mention something of word of caution for the future before I speak more about Councillor Spicer. In a recent paper, Audit Committee, and Joanna knows where I'm going, so she'll be mildly nervous, but you're fine, Joanna, you're fine. This is a lesson for the future. It's really important what we put in front of members. A recent Audit Committee, it was mentioned to members that what we were going to do to iron out some discrepancies within pay policy was to, quote, phase out the guaranteed hours for registrars. And that was what was put in front of audit. So they agreed that's a very sensible thing to phase out. What ended up happening was we were attempting to guillotine it, not phase it out. So it's incredibly important that if audit is going to fulfil its function in the future, that we make sure the language we give to audit is as accurate as it possibly can be, which is why you've seen the recent registrar story in the media, I believe. Anyway, back to the good part of the business. Councillor Joanna Spicer is an institution, it has been said. I remember when I first came here, it was when pop music was in a certain place, and I believe I heard Councillor Spicer referred to as Scary Spicer, because I've heard of several of the other Spice Girls that were available, to which I thought, oh my goodness. But I had already had been in the presence of Councillor Spicer at various meetings, which actually was one of the reasons I wanted to get involved in politics, was because of what I had seen and what I had heard. But what is really interesting, and I want to put on record, despite me often voting in completely the opposite direction to Councillor Spicer, I have immense respect for the sheer shift that you've put into public service on behalf of the people of Suffolk. I think you are an amazing role model to others into the longevity and the sheer focus, razor-like focus you have on what is written in the papers. You will be an incredible hard act to follow, and I say that as someone that's not a follower. And I'm certainly not in a tribute act. But I just want to say, from this side of the house, thank you so much. You have been an amazing councillor. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much, everybody. I think a very well-deserved... Sorry, am I missed? Oh, Councillor Reader, I'm so sorry. I need to get back to you. Do you have a winding up statement?
I do. Thank you very much, Madam Chairman, and that's why I reserved my right, because I wanted the opportunity for the opposition to pay their respects to Councillor Spicer, because it would have been wrong of me to do that first, I think. But like Councillor Spicer, who actually went to the dictionary to find the definition of audit, there's a word that I think if we played bingo in this place and had the word governance, we'd be able to fill our card quite quickly if we were listening to Councillor Spicer, because the word governance is something that she uses time and time again. So I didn't go to the dictionary, I went to ChatGPT. I don't know if Councillor Spicer actually knows what ChatGPT is. It's the AI version of your dictionary. And it actually said, good governance equals making a decision in a way that is open, fair, responsible, and works for everyone. And I think that just sums up how Councillor Spicer has conducted herself in the Audit Committee and chairing it. Councillor Stringer talks about following. Well, I was the chair of the Audit Committee before Councillor Spicer took on that role, so hopefully I handed it over in a good format. But it is a case that the Audit Committee is such a vital committee within this organisation, and Councillor Spicer's ability, as we've already heard, to have laser focus on various items within the paper and to guide the meetings and those people who are actually on the committee is really quite remarkable. But if I would just like to also pay tribute to our independent committee members, who I know other members on the committee will have found the experience and their questioning absolutely ideal, and coming from an area that, you know, sitting in the room, they don't do it all the time. So if I may just end by putting on record my appreciation. I've been on the Audit Committee for a little bit, only a small amount of time as a member, but prior to that I was very much a substitute when that was needed. But I just draw your attention to the conclusions in the paper, where it sets out, and I did have it already to hand, but my pen has missed it, to actually identify what the Audit Committee is about. If you read that paragraph and that paragraph alone, it just shows that the chairmanship of Councillor Spicer and the dedication of our officers writing this report and the work that they do, I can assure you and going forward that this council with that audit committee and what they need to do is in good hands. So I second the paper and also like to thank Councillor Spicer for chairing it again. I'm not sure we'll have a second standing ovation, but a good clap will be fine. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Reader. I better stick to my script here. I'm calling again on Councillor Dunning as spokesperson for the opposition. Is there anything you'd like to add, Councillor Dunning?
I think maybe we could just ask to apologise on behalf of the opposition for stealing your thunder, James. I do apologise. Thank you. That's it.
Grand. Right, well, you know, I just have to add that, Councillor, I'll come to you in just a second, but we've strayed into the area of ChatGPT and AI. I think for the first time in this chamber, and it is interesting, but when I think of AI, I always think of my farm years when the AI man's advent was greeted with great excitement, and as it was by the cows too. So I still cannot get that vision out of my mind. However, moving on, Councillor Spicer, do you have anything further to add?
Well, yes, I've got my speech now. No, first of all, can I just say a very sincere thanks? I realise the timing has put a bit of focus on me, which wouldn't normally have been here. Thank you, all of you, very much. Much appreciated. I first got to know Councillor Stringer when we were on a train that broke down coming back from some conference. And I think it was, we're going or coming back, I can't remember, but I like to think that 3 hours in a British Rail waiting room forges a friendship, which lasts. I did want to talk, and can I just respond to the issue raised about registrars? Not specifically, but what a particular issue that Councillor Stringer brought to my attention brought home the whole importance of what the Audit Committee does, and the role of internal audit, and how the responsibilities that we have spread right across the organisation, and how we fulfil our role at the Audit Committee in responding to reports that are brought to us. So thank you for making us focus on what was important. A lot of people call their audit committees audit and governance, audit and assurance, audit and standards. And although I did try and suggest changing it once, but I didn't succeed. But what I do want to assure you, and it's in the report, and you can look through it, please, is that we should be very proud, but not complacent, about the standards of governance and assurance in this organisation. I still don't understand exactly some of the audit-type responsibilities fully, but my goodness, I understand the governance, and I ask all of you, and those of you that are here after May, to hold your heads high and be very strong when it comes to how decisions are made and in what way. And someone was even quoting Nolan, he was one of the public speakers. Don't forget the Nolan principles, please. And thank you very much, everybody, for making a bit of a fuss of me. Thank you.
Thank you all very much. And we now move on. Sorry. Is it the wish of the Council to agree the recommendations by general affirmation? Good. Thank you, Councillors. We will now move on to agenda item 10, which was the annual review of scrutiny activity in 2025-26. This, again, is a report by the Chief Executive, and I call on Councillor Keith Robinson to move the recommendations. Councillor Robinson, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, everybody. It's nice to see you. Councillor Michael Ladd, who has been Chairman of the Scrutiny Committee for the last 5 years, has asked me to present this report as he has had to send apologies for this meeting. It's been another busy year for 3 scrutiny committees. In total, they have met 15 times, undertaken 16 scrutiny reviews, and heard from 91 witnesses, both internal and external. Strong, independent scrutiny, I've got a bit of a frog, excuse me, is central safeguard for transparency, accountability and responsible decision-making in any council. Effective work programming underpins scrutiny's valuable and constructive role by providing critical friend challenge to the organisation and its partners, amplifying the voices and concerns of Suffolk residents. Developing the work of the Scrutiny Committee requires significant input and support from Cabinet, senior officers, external partners, and not least from the exceptional democratic services staff who support us. So my thanks to all those involved during the last 5 years who have enabled us to effectively fulfil our scrutiny roles on the County Council. I would also like to offer my thanks to the Chairman and Vice Chairman who have led all 3 scrutiny committees during this administration, and to all the councillors who have served on the committees. I hope this report provides a clear sense of just how much ground our scrutiny work has covered over the last year. We have had some very good, in-depth and interesting meetings, and I hope we have made useful recommendations and made a difference to the topics we have considered, as well as to raising the public profile. We should all, as councillors, make use of the opportunities that scrutiny provides. Scrutiny is such a valuable committee in any council, and done well is very effective and useful governance tool. I commend this annual report to the council.
Thank you very much, Councillor Robinson. Do you have a seconder? Councillor Starr.
In responding to this report, I do wish to reinforce and acknowledge the role that effective scrutiny plays. Scrutiny does hold our own council to account, but also our contractors, providers and many partner organisations as well. As Councillor Robinson has said, this report documents the many areas and services that have been scrutinised over the year. Some of the issues may have been potentially quite contentious, some less so. But speaking as Vice Chair of the main committee, we've looked at a very diverse range. A couple that really come to mind to me were the scrutiny of flood risk management and the transition for children to adult services, focusing on how we react. I would like to also thank chairs, vice chairs and members of all three scrutiny committees for their work over the year, and indeed all councillors who serve on those committees. As we know, Councillor Ladd is not here today, but I would particularly like, as Vice Chair of the main scrutiny committee, to pay tribute to his stewardship and Chairman of the main committee. I'm pleased to report that effective scrutiny is alive and well here, and maybe its role will be even more relevant in the future. Who knows?
Councillor Bennett.
Thank you very much. I really like the Scrutiny Committee. It was the first one I joined when I was a new councillor, and where I learnt the most. I will admit I liked it rather more when I was sitting on the committee rather than sitting in front of it, but even though it's nerve-wracking, it's always been incredibly valuable, and I just wanted to just sort of acknowledge the work that you've done, the rigour and the challenge that you've added to our improvement journey, the councillors that are here in the chambers today, the independent members as well. A lot of work goes on to prepare for scrutiny, both with the officers in democratic services and the officers within the directorates, but it's hugely valuable. And also when you've been able to shine a light on some of the less visible but vital work that is also carried out. So thank you from me.
Thank you, Councillor Bennett. Would any other councillors like to speak? Councillor Byett.
Thank you, Chair. As a member of the committee, I would like to acknowledge the work done through Councillor Reid, Councillor Bennett, through staff represented this afternoon by Ms Smedmore, and I think what has been most important has been that scrutiny. In an episode of The Goon Show, many of you may remember that, Neddy Sugu is taken to a room where he's scrutinised with an intense scrut. Now, that sums up how I feel education scrutiny has been, and I'm sure the other scrutiny committee members will say the same, but it has been a privilege to serve on that committee, cross-party, and as a retired, or perhaps a retarded teacher, I really welcome the intensity of the focus on schools particularly. So thank you very much to both of you and to your staff. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Are there any other speakers? I don't think so. I think at this point we will... we'll go to Councillor Robinson as proposer of the recommendations. Do you have anything further to add?
Thank you, Chairman. Not really. Everybody's worked really hard on the scrutiny committees. I appreciate their cross-party working. It's been non-political, and we've all worked towards the same ends, which is to make this council as good as it can be. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Is it the wish of council to agree the recommendations by general affirmation? Agreed. Thank you very much. We've been an hour and a half in now, and I would like to propose we adjourn for a brief break. for 15 minutes. Please, could you be seated and ready for the meeting at 3:45? Thank you very much.
Can you take your seats, please? Can you please take your seats?
Good afternoon, everybody. The meeting is being resumed, so please could everybody calm down, and we'll be ready now for the last two agenda items. Agenda item 11 is the executive statement. The Leader of the Council has up to 20 minutes to address the Council, after which time I will invite a representative of each of the other political groups to respond for up to 7 minutes. I invite Councillor Matthew Hicks to make the statement.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chairman. And actually, before I get into my executive statement, and with your indulgence and that of my colleagues, I'd just like to take this opportunity to thank Nicola Beach, our departing Chief Executive. Since taking up the post in 2018, we've had a Chief Executive who has provided a robust and determined support for this administration and this Council. I have hugely valued the advice you have given to me over the 8 years and the robust challenge you have also provided. There's no doubt that every day when you've come to work, you've always worked to deliver better outcomes for the residents of Suffolk. It has been a real pleasure to work alongside you, sometimes in very challenging times. But despite that, you've always shown great good humour, you've shown a real sense of passion and determination for the role of Chief Exec. Suffolk has been very, very lucky to have had you. So on behalf of all of us in this chamber, I know I speak and other leaders will want to come in during their executive statements as well, but I'd just like to say a huge thank you. Now, I know you've already had a gift from the Reform Group, but the rest of us have all clubbed together to give you a small gift from all the different groups here to say thank you and to wish you the very best in the future.
It's heavy. It's heavy.
Nicola, on behalf of us all, thank you very, very much.
What it is.
It's a Richard chose it. It's the luxury food hamper from Suffolk Food Hall. Nicola Sunsev.
I would just like to invite Nicola to respond.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Thank you so much, Matthew, and all councillors as well. Hugely appreciated. I'll have this opportunity to speak next week as well, but it's been an absolute honour and a privilege to be your Chief Executive, to work in a county that I live in and love, and thank you all very much for your support to me over the years, for the partnership working, particularly Matthew, Cabinet, all councillors, group leaders. It's been right across the board, actually. It has been some challenging times, quite rightly so. That's the nature of the job and the business we're in. But thank you all very, very much, and also to thank my CLT colleagues as well, who I simply couldn't operate without. I will be able to elaborate more next week, but thank you very much. Thank you, Chairman, and to David as well, but thank you for indulging me to speak. Thanks very much, and for the present.
Thank you. Councillor Hicks, please resume.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Madam Chairman, and this will be my final executive statement to this Council before Suffolk moves to the pre-election period ahead of the County Council elections that are coming in May. That makes today a moment of reflection, not only for the decisions we've taken, but the journey this Council and this administration and this county have travelled on together over the last 5 years. 5 years that have tested leadership, 5 years that have demanded resilience, and 5 years that have demonstrated what stable values have done to drive local government. And it shows what can be achieved when it's focused, when it's pragmatic, and when it's committed to the people it serves. But uncertain times, of course, call for leadership. And that is where actually I'd like to begin. When this administration was elected back in 2021, none of us could have predicted the scale of the challenges that were lying ahead. We were immediately faced with a county and a country that was emerging from a global pandemic. It is sometimes tempting to associate COVID with just virtual meetings and that line that we all now know, next slide please. But what we must never forget, and that is the devastating loss of life experienced in our communities, particularly in care homes and hospitals. From the outset, our priority has been the care and the support of the most vulnerable in our county, and of the people and the organisations who deliver their care on our behalf. Since 2021, this administration has overseen sustained investment in adult social care. But it's not simply been about spending more, it's also been about transforming services. And we've delivered over £100 million worth of savings, while also embracing digital care technologies that actually support independence, reduce hospital admissions, and help people live well in their own communities. In 2023, the Care Quality Commission awarded this authority a good rating. For the Cabinet Member for Adult Care, Councillor Becky Hofstenberger, who has led the largest area of council spend for more than a decade, I think it's fair to say that the rating does not reflect the scale of what you have achieved. Yeah. Becky, your leadership has been unwavering, your commitment has been exceptional, and if I were issuing a judgment, I would certainly give you absolutely outstanding. So thank you, Becky. Our commitment to the most vulnerable has perhaps been the most tested, and that's in the area of special educational needs and disabilities. Clearly, unprecedented national demand, combined with legacy of underinvestment, has created immense pressure on councils across the country, and Suffolk is no different. I know some feel we should have done more or acted sooner, and I do not shy away from that criticism. Andrew Reid has worked tirelessly and relentlessly to understand the concerns of families, to advocate fiercely on their behalf within this council and beyond. Those efforts, I'm glad to say, are now translating into improvement, with shorter waiting lists, increased provision, and a system beginning to stabilise. Andrew, thank you for your unshakable commitment to children, young people, and their families. Thank you. Of course, our commitment to children and young people goes far beyond SEND, and most young people in Suffolk will grow up in a loving and stable family. But sadly, that isn't the case for everyone. For those children, we are more than a council. We are actually the corporate parent. And throughout your time as Cabinet Member for Children and Young People, Councillor Bennett, you have consistently reminded this administration of the weight of that responsibility. Your refusal to ever accept second best has seen this authority invest more in children and young people's services. And that investment reflects not just financial commitment, but it's a strong moral purpose in which you remind us of regularly. So Bobby, happy birthday and thank you very much. Now, whilst most people will never need our social care services, the same cannot be said for those that use our roads and pavements. And as a predominantly rural county, we understand the importance of good transport links. But with competing statutory priorities, there is never enough money to fix every pothole. And that reality has never stopped us trying, and we have borrowed more and invested more. We've modernised service delivery. We've introduced new repair techniques. I never heard of a dragon patcher 4 years ago. And we pushed relentlessly for better outcomes. Councillor Paul West has weathered every storm, and that's quite literally, because he also had to deal with the consequences of Storm Babette and lead on that, which was a terrible once-in-a-generation flooding event, whilst also tackling some of the most visible and demanding issues in local government. With an inbox that actually no one here would envy, Paul has done it with resilience, with good humour, and with a cool head. Thank you, Paul, for all you have done.
Well done.
Storm Babette was one emergency that will live long, clearly in Suffolk's memory. But it's far from the only one. And actually, every single day, Suffolk Fire and Rescue Service responds to incidents that could be the worst moments in people's lives. And they do that every day. But despite financial pressures, we've continued to invest. We've delivered a new fire control centre, and the fleet has been further modernised. Councillor Steve Wiles, thank you for your measured professional leadership of the services that people really rely on in a vital moment of crisis. Thank you. Since 2021, this administration has strengthened Suffolk's cultural and community infrastructure at a time actually when many authorities are forced to retreat. The return of Suffolk Libraries in-house has provided a stable future for the service, and it's actually kept all 45 libraries open and protected frontline jobs. But I believe it was our response to Ukraine that this council experienced its finest moment. We came together, we offered sanctuary, we mobilised services, and we supported hundreds of Ukrainian families fleeing the conflict. Leadership in moments like that is not driven by obligation, but by moral responsibility. And I believe when we came together in this chamber and we voted in this chamber, and the action that followed represented one of the final moments of this council's history. The Cabinet Member for Communities Councillor Nadia Chenchi, has only been in post a short time. But in that time, you have absolutely made your mark, Nadia. Thank you for stepping up when it really mattered. Thank you. Transport, strategy, planning and waste require long-term vision matched by practical delivery. And under Chris Chambers, we've seen investment at scale. We've seen improvement in the A12. We've secured funding for buses, for walking, for cycling. We've modernised our recycling infrastructure in our county, and we've brought forward sustainable housing growth. Chris, thank you for your strategic leadership and focusing on what is best in the future for Suffolk. Thank you. Now, devolution, local government reorganisation and nationally significant infrastructure projects is a long title, and it clearly requires a lot of clarity and strength of advocacy. And I have to say, under Councillor Richard Rout, Suffolk has set out a compelling case for the future through the One Suffolk business model. This is alongside all the work on devolution that required huge commitment, and I must say there is no one that could have pulled that together better than yourself.
Quite right.
Whatever the outcomes of the work and whatever governments decide, we're all hugely grateful for all the work that has gone into that. You've also done all of that while leading on energy, environment and nationally significant infrastructure, and that in itself is no small piece of work. So Richard, thank you. Thank you for ensuring that when change comes to Suffolk, it has been shaped by Suffolk. Thank you. So, have I missed anyone? Well, of course I have, Councillor Smith. Now, ever since I forgot to mention you about 3-4 months ago, I have to check that I have mentioned you on every occasion, because that was a big faux pas. But few cabinet roles are as vital as ensuring the financial resilience of this organisation. Throughout your time as Cabinet Member for Finance and as Deputy Leader, Richard, you've been a stalwart of financial prudence and one of the finest orators this council has known. You have brought a smile to our faces, even when we're deep in budget debate. You have steered us safely through financial challenges. And Councillor Smith and I had the honour of standing on the balcony outside the control tower at the Gullwing Bridge back in September 2024 as we watched the vintage buses, the cars and the motorcycles cross that bridge for the very first time. And I'm really proud that it was a Conservative administration that was able to turn that long-held ambition into reality, reconnecting a town, unlocking opportunity, delivering something that will serve Lowestoft for generations to come. Richard, I know your local connections to Lowestoft are well known. I was really delighted that we were able to share that moment together. Thank you for your wisdom. Thank you for your wit. Thank you for your steady hand and your service to Suffolk. I wish you a long and well-deserved retirement.
Thank you very much. Very kind of you.
Of course, no administration runs on cabinet alone, so it is only right I recognise the work and dedication from across my group. I want to thank each and every one of you. We have been a strong team, pulled together with a common purpose to deliver what is best for our residents. I'm hugely grateful to all my colleagues for your support, but also for being robust when we discuss policy and when we talk about how we want to deliver services to our residents. Now, I need to just add to the previous comments about Joanna Spicer. I really want to pay special tribute to the mother of the house, Joanna, who is retiring at this year's election. 39 years is an outstanding achievement. 37, I'm exaggerating, sorry. You have always been a huge support to me personally and a great friend. You've been a huge community champion, and we all really admire and respect you, and I think you heard that earlier. So on behalf of everyone, thank you so much for all your commitment over many, many years to the well-being of Suffolk. Thank you, Joanna. Now, Madam Chairman, no administration, however strong, is complete without a strong opposition. Margaret Thatcher put it best when she said, "I love argument, I love debate, and I don't expect anyone to just sit there and agree with me. That's not their job." And in that spirit, I would like to thank Councillor Andrew Stringer and Councillor Sandy Martin, the leaders of the opposition groups over the last 5 years. Your roles are important. We have not always agreed, nor would I expect us to. But I respect the manner in which you've led your respective groups, and I thank you for the contributions you have made over the last 5 years. We've even worked collaboratively, agreeing a budget recently together, and I think that shows the real positive attitude that can be achieved in this chamber when we find common themes. So while writing, of course, all these words of thanks, I also became very aware that we've lost some good friends and colleagues over the last few years. Councillor Graham Newman, Councillor Caroline Page, Councillor Peter Gould, Councillor Robert Everett, and Councillor Meneli Vigo de Galidoro. They were all taken way too soon. And their energy still resonates in this chamber, especially on days like this. We remember them again today with gratitude, thankful for having known them and for all they gave and the service to this council and to this county. Now, I hope this doesn't sound too controversial to colleagues, but councillors cannot operate a council without the support and dedication of officers. In Suffolk, I'm very pleased to say, on the record, that we have some of the best officers any local authority could wish for.
Right. Absolutely.
I would like to thank Andrew Cook and Mark Ash for stepping up and coming forward for the new roles. We wish you the very best of luck. Having seen you both work here over the last few years, and I'm glad you are sitting together and working together already, clearly, I have no doubt that Suffolk County Council is in safe hands for the next few years, and we're pleased to have you on board. To every officer of the council, thank you for the work you do. I know many officers don't get recognition that you often deserve. Of course, you are often at the very raw coalface of service delivery, and you take the brunt when things go wrong. Without you, however, the decisions we make here in this chamber and the decisions are made by local government do not mean very much without your input. Now, in conclusion, Madam Chairman, being leader of this council is a privilege. Being leader of any council is a privilege, but being leader of Suffolk County Council is something more. It's a profound honour and a responsibility. Suffolk is not like anywhere else. It's a county shaped by place and silence as much as by history, by communities that value their independence, by fairness and quiet determination over noisy bravado or showy display. We have more than delivered on our commitment that we made back in 2021, and we have built back stronger from COVID, we've done more to protect the environment, and become better in how we support our communities. But beyond policies and programmes, Suffolk has a spirit that stands up for the small village when it's threatened, a spirit that knows when to act and when to hold fast, a spirit that's confident, self-reliant and proud to call ourselves Suffolk, a spirit embodied in people who are stoic in adversity, generous without fuss, and often reluctant to talk about their own achievements. None of us can know what the election will bring, or what shape local government will take in the years ahead. Whilst I very much hope it will be me, and whoever stands here next, I hope they do so with that spirit firmly in mind, because Suffolk deserves leadership that understands it, respects it, and lives up to it. For I truly believe Suffolk deserves nothing less. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you very much, Councillor Higgs. I now invite a response on behalf of the Green, Liberal Democrat and Independent group from Councillor Andrew Stringer.
Thank you, Chair. I'd first like to start by thanking Nicola Beach, if I may. Thank you, Nicola. Thank you for being a truly excellent Chief Executive. I've listened to what others have said about you, and I've tried to do my own audit committee. Apologies, Joanna. You said that you've kept people straight. Well, have you kept me straight? Probably. Yeah, well done. You've kept me on time. I don't think there's anyone alive that can keep me on time. So you may have been, but you've done rather well. There was a mention of rather well watered. Well, I haven't experienced any of that, so I'll take that on trust. But I have to say that you have demonstrated, even to our side of the chamber, an immense dignity and a clearness and clarity of purpose, which I think has served Suffolk incredibly well over your time. And from this side of the chamber, so it's a very small part of my speech, a very heartfelt thank you. You'll be a very hard act to follow, gentlemen. Do try and keep up. While I'm thanking everyone, I want to thank the administration, which I have done in every single statement, every single year. Despite our political differences, I will always acknowledge the work that you do, and I will always thank you for even if I think some of it may be misguided or completely wrong. I will still thank you for what you do, because that's a basic common courtesy, certainly of the people of Suffolk. Thank you for all your work, and more importantly, thank the staff. Without the staff, we are nothing. We can make as many policies and pronouncements and wave as many flags and written as many statements as we like. Unless there's someone to implement that, it is mere words and dust. It's nothing. So thank you to all of the staff that we have for another very hard and challenging year. Today's meeting, and this is where I lose friends, I'm sorry. Today's meeting should have been the second annual meeting of a newly elected county council term. And this side of the chamber still regrets that County Council wrote to government asking for elections to be postponed twice. We do regret that. When preparing for today's meeting, I often find it helpful to look back at previous speeches, not because I'm lazy, it's because it's rather helpful to reflect on what happened in previous years and what happened in previous speeches, which I did 2 years ago. You remember in here, we were quite giddy, and the reason we were giddy is because there was a prospect of an upcoming election, a general election that time. And if you remember, we unfurled a barrier across here. You remember that? We had our hazard tape barrier here in case anyone got the jitters and wanted to cross the floor. You will notice the floor in that barrier. It only went to the end of this table. What the barrier should have done is continued round the corner and up to the fire exit. Because I have to point out, there's quite a few number less on this side of the chamber than there was when we started 5 years ago. And I need to have a little chat about divisions. Not divisions we hope to get elected to, but divisions in politics and divisions in people. We are finding more and more, because of happenstance, maybe it's social media, political discourse, who owns the conversation, that people are becoming more divided. It is my firm belief that us as community leaders should champion bringing people together and not start using wedges to force people apart, however challenging some of those people may be. And it's these councils that often the people with the most challenges will occur and crop up in and demand and need and warrant the services that we give. So I think it's very important that we see ourselves as, if I want to be successful, if I can split people apart, I'll win. No, it should really, really be about bringing people together. That might be political naive, Chair, and as you said earlier, you will miss Councillor Stringer. I fear a lot more other people might miss Councillor Stringer in the next term of this council because of what's about to come in the election. That doesn't mean that I won't carry on with the beliefs that I have, that we should all try and bring people together. Just want to mention that Leader mentioned that Babette was a once-in-a-generation event. I've got some huge news for you. It is not. Every single bit of science is telling us that's going to happen at least once a decade, if not sooner. So we need to make sure that this council and our residents are prepared and are able to withstand and resilient to a lot of these changes. Anyway, last year we were looking forward to the future, and we were looking at devolution, local government reform, and we were concerned from this side of how much it might take the oxygen out of a lot of the good work that we do. I think some of those fears were probably founded. I've lost count of the amount of times I've spent debating LGR when I really wanted to get to lots of other things that would actually make a meaningful difference in people's lives, like, are there any other ways we can get on top of this pothole epidemic? How can we improve the life chances of children, some of our in greater need? And how can we make sure that those we serve get the safest speed limits that our communities should have? And that these areas should be having our attention, not at the expense of bright, shining new councils that may or may not come in the future. All through this extended term as Leader of the Opposition, I promised that I would try and find common ground with you. I constantly point to this space in the middle. Not that I want to have a roll-around fight with you. I want to try and find that common ground if I possibly can. And at times we disagree, and times we vehemently disagree. But it is worth noting that this side of the chamber has a group that contains people of a varying amount of political opinion. And this side has not divided. In fact, it's grown by one. I will make that point. I'm not going to crow about it. I'm just saying that if you mutually respect everyone and hear everyone out, it could lead to better outcomes without people falling apart. I can't help feeling, though, that had this administration over the last 5 years occupied more of that ground to the benefit of all, it may have achieved more than what you've just stated. You possibly could have got policies that aligned speed limits with community aspiration and not just a tweak in the last few months to one type of speed limit. Because we really need to drive down the road deaths and serious injury rate on our roads in Suffolk. That's really what exercises people. And equally, I take on board the government report about the condition of our road network, but everything tells you through what you see and what you feel as you use the road network, the condition is not where it needs to be, and we need to get on top of this. We also need to get on top of the backlog of community aspirations and schemes that are already funded, waiting literally just for a design so we can go. The money's there, the aspiration is there, everything is there to deliver these much needed walking and cycling schemes. We need to get more of them out the door. And steps have been made to address SEND. Thank you for the steps. I think we could have gone further, and we need to go further. And I believe the solution is within our own communities and trusting in our own teachers and in Suffolk itself, and making sure that the vast majority of that need is catered for here in Suffolk. I have to say, over the years, I've been terribly frustrated in that you didn't take the opportunity to criticise your own government. I have a leader at the moment that's been mostly of my party that's in the Daily Telegraph almost daily. I mean, who knows what excesses this gentleman is doing? I have to look up some of the stories, and I find the base of them. And I find the base of them to be nothing like the story that's written in the paper. Surprise, surprise. The latest excess has been this issue about that apparently my party are force-feeding children narcotics, apparently. No, they're not. A health-based approach to drugs is what every health professional will tell you we need to explore to cut down the amount of deaths, unnecessary deaths, that are caused by drug use in this county. It's almost one a week. We need to get on top of this. Sorry, Chair, I'm just rounding up. So I'm prepared to agree that I don't always agree with my leader. I perhaps hope you should have done in the past. But anyway, rounding up, as we stand for election or re-election in the next few weeks, it's important to note that in a highly charged political atmosphere we have at present, we should seek to bring people together and not divide. And divide to further our own political aims. What the public want is hope, and that things can be better for Suffolk, and it can be a place where we can fix things. Today's meeting will be the last time many of us will be together and in the same room. Despite our political differences, I hope we can part as friends, and I continue to work to find that common ground and that space that brings us together and not divides us. Thank you, Chair.
I now invite a response on behalf of the Labour Group from Councillor Sandy Martin.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. And I'd like to extend the thanks of the Labour Group to all the same people who've already been thanked by Councillor Hicks and Councillor Stringer. Clearly, we do have an effective council. Clearly, we haven't gone into financial administration or indeed done any of the other things that have happened in some of the other councils across the country. People are to be thanked for that. I particularly want to extend my thanks to our outgoing Chief Executive, Nicola Beach. I think she has shown real integrity and friendliness and a determination to allow the proper amount of space for local democracy, a determination which I have to say has not always been shared by all of the previous chief executives of this authority, but I really think that Nicola has been extremely fair to all of the councillors here, and I'm sure you would all join with me in appreciating her for that. We are all elected to do our best for the people of Suffolk, and that's not just for our own constituents, but also for the county as a whole. And I'm sure that most, if not all of you, feel as I do, that you have helped to make this county a better place than it would have been if you'd not been here. It's always difficult in politics to identify something that would have happened if you'd not been present, or indeed that did happen because you were present. But I firmly believe that the difference that we make is often greater than we ourselves acknowledge. For many of you, like me, this is your last full council meeting. So for everyone who's now leaving this council, I hope you will, like me, feel that you have helped make Suffolk a better place. I believe my greatest achievement, done as all good political achievements are, in collaboration with many others, was the introduction of the 3-bin waste collection system and the investment in the recycling MRF. That was over 20 years ago now, and it is, of course, very much more difficult to achieve anything when you are not part of the administration. But even in opposition, we can influence what happens to our county, and our motion here today is presented in that spirit. So, what does the future hold? The Labour Group is absolutely committed to unitary councils and has been for many years. It makes no sense to divide up services between separate and often conflicting councils and expect either joined up service delivery or any public understanding of who to hold to account. So we are completely supportive of the need for local government reorganisation. We just don't think that a local council that purports to represent over 750,000 people can be either local or representative. I regret that we still don't know the answer to how many unitaries we're going to get for Suffolk, but hopefully we will find out next week. There is one, I wrote here overall attitude, but I don't think that's really fair, but there is one theme that I don't believe that this council has fully taken on board, and which Labour councillors are really, really exercised about. And that's on the question of investing in our resident services. Yes, of course there are limited funds. Yes, of course this council could do more if we had more financial headroom. But the fact remains, if you cut investment in a service, you increase the need for dealing with the outcome. Reduce spending on road maintenance, and the roads start to fall apart. And more money has to be spent on emergency repairs rather than on permanent sound road surfaces. Reduce spending on community services for older people, and you end up with more people needing domiciliary care or residential care. Reduce spending on young people, and you end up with more NEETs and more antisocial behaviour. Reduce spending on children, on specialist provision in mainstream schools, and you end up with more children with SEND being granted specialist and out-of-county placements. If you close children's centres, you end up with greater difficulties for families, and in the worst case, more children being taken into care. This is a message for our government, as well as for this council, and for whichever council and whichever strategic mayor inherit the roles that we have provided so far. Prevention is always better than cure. Working with people to help them help themselves is always preferable to having to pick up the pieces when they have failed. Help and support is not nanny state. It is what people want and expect from their council. So I fervently hope that the new incoming council after May the 7th will approach their duties in this spirit of support, of help, and of prevention of harm. And I wish all of you who are still here after May the 7th the very greatest of luck in delivering that.
Thank you very much, Councillor Martin. I now invite a response on behalf of the Reform UK group from Councillor Christopher Hudson.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Thank you very much indeed. And may I preface my remarks by wishing all the best to Nicola on her imminent retirement, and that she will enjoy that time. Thank you for all the good work and effort that you've put in together with the officers who have assisted you in delivering the mission. Well, it was very nice to listen to Councillor Hicks. It took me back a few years, actually, to when Mum used to read me fairy stories in bed, and then she'd turn the light off. And I got quite frightened because the light went off, you know. And I wanted to believe it, but you know what? I knew it was a fairy story. And that made me a bit sad. So, what can I say? I'd rather concentrate on reality, Madam Chairman. Let's deal with some of the real things that we have to deal with, should we? And it's not a good look to mark your own homework, is it? And say, aren't we all good chaps and haven't we done well? It doesn't look very good to the people outside. You remember them, don't you? They're the ones that pay the taxes. Yeah. So, when I came in, first of all, we had Stella Maris. That was a very, very disturbing thing for me, and I know Nicola will remember Stella Maris very well. All of us will. People there with medications left outside their door, people in really needing our help, and it was something that we were able to turn around, but should it have ever have happened? It was terrible. It cost a lot of money. Another thing, a person came to me and said, oh, I'm not going to mention the name, send parents. Well, we've got the taxi, but our two children didn't want to go in the taxi, even though we had two, but we'd paid for the taxi already, £250,000. That's a lot of money. So, whilst we need to help the SEND children as much as we can, we really need to be careful with how we spend the public purse, because it needs a jolly good deep dive. It needs a good look at it. I don't expect this administration to be able to do anything about past mistakes, but it's certainly something which will weigh heavy on everyone's conscience in the future. I'll tell you what's on people's minds out there in my executive statement in response to what Matthew has said. Crime, or the perception of it, dealing with a lot more people, sharing our services. I've never seen as much traffic trying to get through as many closed roads. Potholes, again. The cost of living. They are the things... Sorry. Beg your pardon, Madam Chairman. Yeah. Sorry. May I continue, Madam Chairman? I think Joanna's probably not well.
Sorry, everyone, we're just pausing for a moment.
Yes,
to
thank you,
address
thank you, Madam Chairman.
The climate in the chamber.
Does he need a fan? You get a fan?
Snoring. He's a bit bored with the meeting. He's had to listen to all the other ones first. It's difficult because like it's end of term, it's congratulating.
He's feeling
I've got to put
He's feeling good.
You all right?
Colin says we should.
Seven minutes in total.
Yes, but he's had 3.
Oh, sorry. Sorry, apologies. Sorry, I think you said yeah.
Sorry.
We're ready to resume. Councillor Hudson, I apologise for the interruption, and please do resume. I think you have 5 minutes now. We've given you an extra minute.
Pleasure, Madam Chairman. Thank you for your indulgence, and I hope everybody feels okay. That's good. So crime is a perception out there still amongst it's coming back because we're all out on the doorsteps, or those of us seeking re-election are noticing this. The cost of living. These are the real, not exactly things that I am wanting to say. They're just out there and they're very big, and we need to say them. They are difficult things to talk about, but they're even more difficult for us not to talk about because they're so important. Potholes. Something really must be done. And I read somewhere £18 billion to cure all the potholes nationwide. Massive problem. I don't expect anyone to be able to cure those potholes overnight, but it really is a challenge, and it's been nothing but a challenge ever since I joined the council. Our residents are paying a lot more money, as they saw when the envelopes landed a bit more heavily this week. £200-300 a month going out of the door, but for not necessarily more, clearer, or better services. That's just to stand still, but they've got less money. So that is a real problem. Our residents are paying more for less. Why? Moving on. They're not very happy as well in our executive report with the blight of solar farms that are ruining the countryside, and these crazy policies of net zero, which my colleague from the Green Party alluded to. Many people think they are nutty because they're too expensive, unaffordable, and we would say they don't work. Basically, they're blighting a pleasant land. The same thing is happening, rather, to the heritage coast as well. People very disturbed about what's happening to their homes and about what is happening to the value of them because they can neither enjoy them nor sell them. The market is becoming very quiet in the housing market. These are unpleasant statistics, Madam Chairman, but it would be failing in our duty if we were not to highlight them. Long-term financial sustainability for this council is something which weighs heavily on my mind. It must weigh on all of our mind. Where's the dough? Have we got enough money to deliver our statutory services? There needs to be a new and better settlement with government because we haven't got the resources, aka money, to be able to do everything that we want. And it's becoming increasingly difficult. In industry, you could say that some of us are actually technically bankrupt if we were a company because we have so much of the money that the government gives us and that we raise is borrowed, and it has to be repaid. And those rates are going up. 4-5% in the city. Someone has to pay. ratepayers pick up a lot of that bill. Inequality across the county is very, very widespread, and I'm sure all of us would agree that that is the case. There are people in Ipswich who probably feel at a greater disadvantage than many others. But I have to tell you that rural deprivation, rural poverty, if you're stuck in a place like Framlingham and unable to drive, there are probably 3 or 4 buses a day. And you cannot get to Woodbridge without wheels. And if you live in the midst of Ipswich, there are all kinds of problems which our colleagues could tell us about all evening. This also needs putting in any executive summary for us to consider. Remember this, which I would like to leave you with, Madam Chairman, if I may. Without reform and my colleagues along this bench, you wouldn't have an election.
Hear, hear.
Because Nigel Farage was brave enough to go to the High Court and to make sure that you've got your election. And nothing in this country should come second to democracy. And those who tried to stop it, look out. Because you take away the God-given rights of the British people to vote. So without reform, there would be no election. What price? Freedom. And so we really want to say, I want to be able to say that it was nice to listen to Councillor Stringer with all the things that he said and how he'd been misquoted. And I was very happy to hear him clarify some of the things that he wants. I hope we're not going to legalise all drugs as part of the county's aims, which seems to be the guy with the Black & Decker teeth is telling us that's what he wants. We do not want prostitution legalised in Ipswich again. No. We do not want open borders. We do not want open. Can you give me half a minute to conclude? Who is chairing this? We do not want open borders. We do not want prostitution. We do not want any of the green policies that are proclaimed.
Councillor, point, and we need.
Yes.
You've had 7.5 minutes.
The point is, I'd like to thank the leader for his statement, and I wish that all parts of it bore up to inspection. Thank you.
Don't be rude. Well done, Christopher.
Point of order. Would you ask the member to withdraw telling me to sit down?
Yeah.
I do not like such imbecilic statements. He has no right to tell me to sit down unless it's through you, Madam Chairman. Would you like me to sit down?
Well done. Yeah. Listen to him.
Everyone, we need to move on. No one should be telling anyone to sit down or stand up. Thank you. Sorry, Councillor, this isn't a time for councillors to speak. We're going on to motion. There isn't.
For saying that through you.
Okay. Thank you. Agenda item 12 is motion 1. In line with the arrangements agreed by Council, the total time available for motions at today's meeting is 120 minutes. Any single motion should be debated for 30 unless amendments are moved. In order to keep this meeting to time, in theory, the debate should be limited to 30 minutes. However, because it is our last meeting, I am going to be flexible on the timing. But please keep in mind, it is 20 to 5, and if the debates go on for 4 motions, we may need to take an additional break, but we will have to play that by ear. In other words, please, everyone, try to be succinct, as always, and try not to repeat one another's points. Motion 1 is proposed by Councillor Matthew Hicks and seconded by Councillor Richard Smith. Councillor Hicks, I call on you to propose the motion.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. I'm immensely proud of what our county and what this administration has been able to deliver since 2021, despite the financial, operational and political challenges we have faced. Now, no doubt for each of us in this chamber, there will be different things that we want to reflect on and to recognise. But I think for me, there are a few key points that come to mind for me, and I know it will be different for others. I think for me, going back to the start of our term and our clear focus on supporting individuals, communities and businesses that were coming out of the pandemic was something that now, of course, seems so distant, but was very vital at that time. And that support at the time of need really showed the great leadership that we all gave in supporting our county. Then, of course, there was the shocking news of the illegal invasion of Ukraine by Putin's Russia. And I'd like to remind members about the role, however relatively small it might have been, that this county council played. Not only were we keen as a county to welcome and support families from Ukraine to our great county, and indeed some of my colleagues in this room opened up their home to those people coming over, which is hugely admirable and we must never forget. But as a reminder, this authority took a stand against Russia in a small way by cancelling immediately our £10 million contract for the supply of national gas from state-owned Gazprom. We demonstrated clearly our objection to Russia's actions. And I was pleased to note that councils across the country then followed our lead. To this day, we are proud to fly the flag of Ukraine alongside our own in Endeavour House. The war continues, but be in no doubt, so does our support. We've also been robust in our opposition to solar farms and to the huge energy transmission projects that in particular seek to reduce and remove the best quality agricultural land. And for us, that is clearly a step too far. These so-called green energy projects need to be called out. Energy security must not come at the cost of food security, and Ed Miliband is threatening Suffolk countryside. And I was very disappointed to also see Zach Polanski, the leader of the new left of left-leaning Green Party, also supports the pylons running through our county. That is at our expense. Enough is enough on that matter. Now, we have also achieved something that has eluded Suffolk councils for decades, and that was building and opening and building to close to budget a third crossing in Lowestoft. In September 2024, the ambition of generations of Lowestoft residents and business owners was finally realised, a huge achievement for the town, with instant positive impact on traffic flow, and connectivity in the town improved overnight, a real credit to the team behind it. Its design and its construction have now been recognised and given multiple awards. And it was an honour to welcome the Princess Royal to officially open this iconic structure for this council. And I'm sure that's something we all unanimously in this chamber welcome. It is also only right we recognise the significant savings that we've made through transformation. That's not a simple task. That is a task that takes hard work of the teams across the county to deliver on that. And our invest to save approach on our buildings, making them more efficient, to allow more money to come into the system that we can then put to help with the cost of rising demand pressures, both on adult care and children's services. However, of course, there is always more to do. And we know that, and the list is, there is always something in local government that we wish we could do tomorrow. I think for me, if I look at that list, I would really like to have seen the A12, A14 cop dock to have come forward, the 5 ways in Mildenhall, and the Ely and Hawley upgrades, which have been long overdue and we've talked about for a long time. But this administration has delivered far beyond its manifesto commitments of 2021. We've faced challenges head-on, we've delivered and transformed our services at a significant time of rising demand. So today I think we should look back and actually recognise the achievements, and I look forward to hearing more from colleagues about the things you think we should recognise going forward. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you very much, Councillor Hicks. I would now like to ask the seconder of the motion, Councillor Richard Smith, to second the motion now or reserve your right to speak later.
Madam Chairman, I will second the motion and I will speak now. But before you press the button to time me, may I have a few seconds to make my own tribute to our outgoing Chief Executive? Because I'm so moved by her going that I wrote this little piece of doggerel at lunchtime. A lady called Nicola Beach is renowned for her very wide reach. She guides our endeavours, is positive, negative, never, and really is an absolute peach. Thank you, Nicola. Colleagues, I'm proud of Suffolk, and I'm sure we're all proud of Suffolk. Suffolk is a special county and a special place. Our motion talks of our actions during the COVID outbreak, the financial consequences of which are still very much with us, our help with housing Ukrainian refugees, our opposition to the many energy projects which currently stand to destroy that very specialness of Suffolk, the construction of the Gullwing Bridge in Lowestoft, which has transformed the town and should now help that town to boost its economic performance, and the underpinning of the County Council's finances by a continuous programme of transforming services and the way they're delivered to our citizens, which has saved our ratepayers around £100 million over the last few years. All of these, individually and collectively, should be celebrated as good news for Suffolk, its people, its businesses, its natural landscape, and its collective pride. And I should say that as an avid reader, I'm proud of how we've safeguarded our library service. All branches have remained open, opening hours have been preserved, and the many opportunities Suffolk libraries offer to the community continue to attract widespread support. In this year of reading, those achievements are particularly appropriate. Of course, much still needs to be done. We need a new traffic interchange at Copdock and further work on the A11 five-ways roundabout. Hawley Rail Junction and Ely North, beyond that, need Network Rail's investment to get more freight onto the railway network and off the road network. And we need an alternative to the Orwell Bridge when that has to be closed. All of these are very expensive projects, and despite our region contributing a net positive figure to the national exchequer, the prospects of a return in funding these vital investments for future growth, at best, are delayed until the 2030s. But all we do and have achieved is down to working together, and in our case, that means collaborating with our first-rate staff. We all need to thank them sincerely, and their efforts need to continue throughout the undoubtedly challenging times over the next 2 years, if local government reform and devolution is to proceed. Their workload, combined with delivering business as usual, will be huge, but their commitment and dedication to Suffolk will, I'm sure, see us through. Thank you to them, and also to all of you. I've been around in this chamber for 16 years. My time is up, and retirement for me is the attractive and correct option. But I wish those of you who are standing again all the best, and I charge those who do return to ensure that Suffolk remains that very special county.
Thank you very much, Councillor Smith. Councillor Andrew Stringer, a spokesperson for the opposition. You may speak for up to 5 minutes at any time during this debate. Would you like to speak now or speak now? Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Chair. Before I address the motion, I just want to address one element of the end of the decaying speech of Councillor Hudson a few moments ago, where he mentioned, I think he used the term nut zero, and then described the worries about the finances of this authority. It is a financial fact that if this council had not pursued the beginnings of the route of addressing net zero, we would already have not saved over £4 million a year, and we would right now be writing to government, coming in to intervene because our finances would be over the red line. Thank you. Time for a few facts. Right. I wholeheartedly agree with this motion. Oh, sorry, hang on. I wholeheartedly agree with the paragraph at the bottom of the motion, thanking all of our staff for all of their hard work. Let's be very clear. This is not a motion. This is not a motion. It changes no policy. It amends nothing about what we do. It merely states a highly selective list of issues that are bound to find their way into political literature over the next few weeks. It's basically, in my opinion, an abuse of power. It's using county council resource to further a party political aim. I now make a prediction that will happen within the next hour. What we're about to see is a series of scripted speeches by cabinet members saying it's all going terribly well and we're all very pleased. Airbrushing and polishing every part of this council services to the point where you can't see the reality for the shine. One after another will stand up in a display of communal backslapping and self-congratulation. This so-called motion is merely marking your own homework. No mention will there be of the highest rate of road death and serious injury in the last 10 years. No mention of how our finances are so close to edge. No mention of why those schemes listed here have not been delivered, because they had not been progressed when you had the time and you had the power. End my speech, Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Stringer. I will now open the debate. I see a lot of hands up. Have we got? Oh, and members could keep their hands up, please, Chairman. Could you please keep your hands up to make sure we have everyone? Rich, Fraser, Reid, Wiles, Rice.
Councillor Fraser.
Mason at the end. I'm just going to read the names. We have councillors Martin, Mulcahy, Sower, Bridgman, Fairclough, Mutton, Murray, Wellham, Robinson, Reid, Chenchy, Wiles, Fraser, Bryce and Mason.
And Councillor Robinson.
And Robinson.
Okay.
And
yeah.
Oh yeah, you're right there.
And Councillor Hoffensberger.
Hoffensberger.
And Councillor Rout.
And Rout.
And Councillor Chambers. Yeah.
And Chambers. Right, we've got a list, and in order to try to keep to time, I think, barring a major emergency, I'd like to keep this list closed so that we can move on through the other motions. I will now call on Councillor Reid to speak for up to 3 minutes, please.
Thank goodness, Madam Chairman. Thank you. Councillor Stringer, now time for a few more facts.
Yes.
Since 2021, our Children and Young People's Directorate has been clearly guided on a mission, improving outcomes for every child and young person in Suffolk, raising standards, strengthening inclusion, and ensuring every child can thrive, be safe, and achieve their potential. For my part of the Directorate, Education and SEND, we have focused on what matters most: high-quality education, early intervention, and strong partnerships with schools, families, health services, and communities. And that focus is making a real difference. Let's start with education in school places. Suffolk is growing, and we have a proactive and planning for that particular growth. We continue to expand school provision across the county. 2 new primary schools have been approved for Felixstowe and Brightwell Lakes, and a further school at Ipswich Garden Suburb has secured approval, with buildings starting in May. 2 further schools in Haverhill and Sudbury are planned to open in 2028. But it's not just about buildings. It's about giving families confidence. This year, 97.8% of Suffolk children were offered a place at one of their 3 preferred schools, and 92.9% received their first preference. That represents thousands of families getting the outcome that they hoped for. Now, alongside this, we have made progress in special education needs and disabilities. Since September 2020, we have created over 1,200 new SEND places. 2 new SEND schools will also open in Saxmundham and Bury St Edmunds, funded by the Department for Education. This progress is being recognised, for when the DfE visited Suffolk in January, they praised improvements in governance, leadership, quality assurance, and multi-agency working. We have also seen operational improvements. The timeliness of EHCPs has improved, with 55.5% issued within the 20-week timeframe this February, compared to 17.7% the year before. A fact. Demand has also risen, with 3,101 plans issued in 2025, a 74% increase. Colleagues, there's plenty more to do, but the direction of travel is clear. We are expanding places, strengthening specialist provision, and improving services for children and families. To close, thank you, Councillor Hicks, for your kind words earlier. As we sit here today, Ofsted are currently carrying out a monitoring visit of SEND services. I want to thank the leadership team and staff for their hard work in preparing for this visit. Their commitment is making the difference, and I have no hesitation that we should highlight these important achievements because they are facts. Thank you.
Councillor Sandy Martin.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Yes, I mean, Councillor String is clearly right. This isn't really a motion, it's a vote of thanks to themselves. However, we have a choice. Do we vote for or against or abstain on a motion which says that we have huge pride in the county of Suffolk? Well, of course we do. And it says we thank our hard-working staff. Well, of course we do. And I can't, for the life of me, see anything that is in the wording of this motion that we would disagree with. So I think we are going to have to vote for it because we agree with all the words. But I do want to make it clear that we have slight reservations on point 3, because we do believe that net zero is achievable. We do believe that the climate crisis is the biggest problem facing the planet and facing this county and this country. And we do believe that we need renewable energy if we are going to face up to that crisis. And the best place for achieving an increase in the amount of renewable electricity in the United Kingdom is Suffolk. So we are going to have pylons, we are going to have solar power, but we also agree that putting it on the best agricultural land and industrialising rural areas is not the answer. There have to be better ways of getting that energy through to the people who need it. We need to work with the government. We need to work with the government to achieve the best possible level of renewable electricity coming through our county, and we need to do it in a way which does not disrupt local areas. So we will be voting for the motion, but we certainly don't agree that we should be campaigning against solar power or electricity pylons.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Chenchi.
Thank you, Chair. I too am going to stick to facts. And actually, Councillor String, you remind me of my heavenly mum. I remember going to her and telling her I got 98% in my maths O-level mock, and she said, "What did you get wrong?" But we would miss you. As Cabinet Member for Communities, I'm really pleased to have the opportunity to reflect on the progress we've made across the portfolio over recent years, even though I've only recently taken over. This work has been about strengthening communities, supporting people when they need it most, and protecting the cultural and community assets that make Suffolk such a special place to live. It is a very wide and interesting portfolio, and I've loved it. The first one that I was mentioning was the where we've been truly ahead of the curve, and that is to tackle violence against women and girls. But I'm going to save what I was going to say for the motion that is coming in a little while. I'm also very proud of the work we've done to secure the future of Suffolk libraries, but again, that's been mentioned a few times, so I'm going to not repeat what other people have said, Chair. Alongside this, we have continued to support Suffolk's vibrant cultural sector. Our £500,000 Culture Project Fund, now in its second year, has helped support dozens of creative and community projects across the county. And I was really pleased to be in the committee that helped to decide which organisations were going to get the money, and they are just so thrilled. From local arts organisations and museums to grassroots community groups, the fund is enabling people to deliver projects that bring communities together, which I'm passionate about, celebrate Suffolk's heritage and creativity, and improve well-being through culture. These are real goals that we've achieved, real successes. Heritage is another area where we have much to celebrate. The Hold in Ipswich, which opened in 2021, has become a flagship cultural facility for the county. It provides outstanding archive facilities, hosts engaging exhibitions throughout the year, and plays a vital role in preserving and sharing Suffolk's history. The recent national accreditation awarded to Suffolk Archives is a testament to the exceptional work of the team and the high standards of the service they provide, and I attended the award ceremony. I was very proud. I want to acknowledge the compassion shown by communities across Suffolk through the Homes for Ukraine schemes, but again, that's been mentioned. And also, I would like to mention the customer service, which I visited a little while ago. And I found the knowledge to deal with a variety of calls impressive in a very demanding environment. And this is reflected in the high volume of compliments that they receive and the 88% of happy customers who contacted the centre. So looking back on these achievements, I feel incredibly proud of the work that has been delivered by council staff, who I just am amazed by. Some of them are just exemplar. Our partners, the community organisations, the voluntary organisations, the residents themselves, together we have helped ensure that Suffolk remains a place where communities are strong, cultures thrive, and people look out for one another. We should all be proud of this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. I'll now call on Councillor Mulcahy. Councillor, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I also agree, as others, that thanking our hardworking staff is the only thing of real value in here at the moment. But the main reason I will not be supporting this motion is in item 4. It's disingenuous to be saying unlocking of economic growth and improved journey times while securing funding for the A12 Major Road Network Scheme. As the Martlesham Division Councillor, for 5 years I've been fed the fairy tale, the A12 will be fixed as soon as we get the A12 MRN. We're still months away from a business case being presented to actually get funds in our coffers. There's promises that have been made, but that's not secure funding. Journey times have not been addressed, and the economic growth is stifled with the traffic trying to come in and out of the retail park and BT and other businesses in that area. So it is not a truth, the way it is written, that that is an accomplishment of this council. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Wiles.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, and thank you first, Councillor Martin. You're absolutely correct. We will be using this time to thank all the officers for their hard work. I'm not going to hide the fact that, that's not true. Also, Councillor Stringer, unfortunately I'm going to have to prove you wrong, because if this was a well-crafted speech, we need new people to craft the speech. I am now going to talk about something every single full council meeting. At the back we have cabinet members' reports. It is full of detail, absolutely full of detail. But sometimes we overlook the small things. So if I may, please indulge me, just one or two of the small things. Cabinet members' updates we see in the agenda papers are only a snapshot of what happened within the portfolio. But let's not forget, they always need a combined effort to deliver. One good example of trading standards. They work tirelessly together across all agencies with the help of hard-working division councillors whose local knowledge has been invaluable in combating the illegal sale of vapes, alcohol, including sales to children. The work leading to highly publicised closure orders in several areas in Suffolk, including, yet again, another mention for Newmarket. Thank you all for all the work that you did there. Keeping residents safe has been our priority, whether biosecurity for animal health or welfare, or introducing the now Suffolk-wide 339 no cold calling zones. Recently, the 300th was in my own hometown of Felixstowe, and people do embrace it. That is combating road traders, scammers, and we're also preventing hundreds of thousands of unsafe products entering the UK. That is money and resources well used. Madam Chairman, council investment has enabled the Suffolk Fire Service to modernise its frontline equipment and we did return our fire control centre right back here in Suffolk where it belonged. Thank you for your help with that one. Thank you. A quick mention of our emergency planning, supported through trailblazing funding and coordinated by the Suffolk Resilience Forum. It has improved multi-agency preparedness for the many risks that we are now facing, such as coastal erosion, severe weather, cyber incidents, industrial accidents, and transport emergency. Now that, ladies and gentlemen, is true resilience. And finally, I must mention our public health teams focusing on investing heavily on prevention. For example, our Feel Good Suffolk, who are now supporting thousands of residents to quit smoking, lose weight, and become more active. Chairman, this, I believe, is a record to be proud of. And if it became repetitive, then my great, I'm really sorry, but it needs to be said, Suffolk is a great place to live, and everyone in this chamber, I believe, has tried to pull together the very best for our county. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor Sower.
Thank you very much, Chair. I heard so much self-praise that I'm really annoyed. Where is the necessary self-criticism to improve services, to repair potholes, to help Haverhill with its extreme need for improved infrastructure, and so on? Conservatives have increased the council tax by 5% each year in the last 4 years. This mirrors an average on increase of around £350 for every household in Suffolk without improved services of the same scale. In simple words, they filled the coffers, made them heavier, and did not provide sufficient services. In comparison, Reform UK councils have delivered the lowest average tax rises in the country. It is true. Why do you laugh? Okay, I repeat this. I would like to have this taken off my time. Reform UK councils have delivered the lowest average tax rises, council tax rises, in the country. It is true. You can speak later. Through
Point of order, Madam
efficiency
Chairman.
drive-
Point of order, Madam Chairman. We are meant to make factually correct statements in this chamber, and that is not true.
Councillors, please refrain from laughing, making remarks, or commenting while we have a speaker. Please carry on, Councillor.
Thank you very much.
I would like a ruling on my point of order, Madam Chairman. That is simply not true. They have not delivered the lowest average. Most of their councils have delivered 4.99, and one of their councils
Noble,
has delivered 9.
People sometimes say things in the chamber that are of disputed truth, and I think that most of us are guilty of that. Please carry on, Councillor Sower.
Thank you very much, Chair. Through brilliant efficiency drive, successful transformation, reform councils have delivered and identified more than 700 million in savings, with more large savings to follow. I will vote against this motion, which is a motion of self-praise and misses the very needed can-do approach this council should have for our residents in Suffolk. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Just like to really, what I'm going to say is really covering points 1 and 2, really about communities, bringing communities together. Since 2020, I've had the privilege of sitting on Suffolk's Armed Forces Covenant Board, which is important in upholding the principles of the Covenant in support of our service personnel here in Suffolk, their families and veterans. The board meets quarterly and brings together representatives from all our districts and boroughs, as well as those from our armed forces units at Watcham, Woodbridge and Honington, as well as other representatives from good charities or service charities such as the British Legion, SAFA, Citizens Advice, as well as health organisations. I'd like to also pass on my appreciation to the officers, especially Andy Cuthbertson and Jim Brown, for holding this board together. It's hugely important. And they do things like arranging the annual Armed Forces Day, which I believe is this year, I know, is this year is in Stowmarket. And we've had some achievements. A few years ago, the primary school children of Watcham personnel had to walk over a mile to Ringshaw Primary School. That was either down a road with a national speed limit, no pavements, or across a ploughed field without any lighting. And we used our influence on the council to allow those children school transport for that journey to keep them safe. Hugely important. If I could just bring on about highways, which has really been the most of my effort in my division of Hadley, and just point on a couple of smaller highways infrastructure items which have helped. 4 years ago, Highways installed a traffic management measurement on Benson Street, which has been a huge relief for traffic flow, improved safety for everyone, including a subsequent improvement of safety for children on our largest community primary school. So that's really important. When we look about cooperation across the floor, I took great pride in cooperating with my good friend, Councillor Lindsay, on our A1141 scheme, which had to have a reduction in speed limit for safety reasons for the residents on Stone Street and to reduce all those accidents up on Seymour Hill. So that's what I'd like. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Councillor Bridgman.
Thanks, Chair. For me, Chair, by Friday, 8th of May, I won't be Councillor Bridgman. I'll simply be converting back to Rob the bloke from the swimming pool. It suited me well for 40 years, and I'm sure it will suit me all the way up to 50 years of public service. I won't even be a member of the Labour Party. And as tempting as it is to delve a little deeper into why I won't be a member anymore and let off a bit of steam, I won't. As the good people of Bridge, all 1,095 of them, voted for me and a party to do the whole term. I will fill that to the very last day. And I've honoured them all, so I feel good with that. Although I must say, regards LGR, my party has genuinely let us down. It wouldn't be right if I left here today and not said that. It's been an absolute pig's ear. Whether we had an election, whether we didn't have an election, we should have had an election when the ruddy time was to have an election. I've got to say that too. I've made some great friends here, and I won't forget you. I've even got a season ticket to the Conservative tables. This morning, I walked there without even thinking about it, and then thought, no, I'd best pop down to the room. I hope that I remain friends with everyone. Chair, Suffolk is one of the nicest counties in Britain, if not the nicest. Its sheer beauty will never fade. Whoever wins this election, and that goes to you guys as well, don't let energy companies destroy this place. Its beauty, its farming industry, I really regret not getting more involved in this, thinking, well, I'm a townie, it doesn't matter to me. Because we're here for Suffolk, and it does matter for the majority of people in Suffolk. So don't give up on that. Tell them what we want them to have. Don't listen to them telling us what they're going to do. Keep fighting it, right to the end. So I'll say, long live Suffolk. I've been proud to represent you. We're Suffolk. This will carry on no matter what, and we'll make a good job of it. I'm now going to retire and deal with my dailies, because that's what I like doing. However, I may have one bit of mystery work still to do, and an election's only a year away. If something annoys me enough, I could well be back sooner, but I hope to sit peacefully at home. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Councillor Bridgman. I have to add that I did enjoy your speech very much. I'm not supposed to say that. Councillor Bryce.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. When I was first elected to represent the wonderful division of Carlford, it became abundantly clear to me that road safety and speeding traffic on our county's rural roads was a matter of critical importance to the communities, all 26 parishes, that I have the very great privilege of serving. For over 10 years before me, many of you will remember my esteemed and long-standing predecessor, Councillor Peter Belfield. He had lobbied hard to secure a speed reduction on the B1078 Gibraltar Crossroads at Swilland. The calls for this intensified after my colleague in front of me and Councillor Leader Matthew Hicks secured a speed limit reduction in the neighbouring division of Ashbockham. Thank you for setting that bar for me, Matthew. I set out, though, with a firm belief that with a bit of persuasion, maybe I could just give this a strong enough nudge and finally get it over the line. So I committed to support the parish council and the residents and neighbouring communities in pursuing the speed limit reduction relentlessly. Imagine my delight when I was able to report that positive news back to Swilland and Whitnesham Parish Council. For this, I will always offer my sincere thanks to Councillor Richard Smith for his support in helping me to achieve this when he was Cabinet Member. The very first piece of hard copy mail that I received as a county councillor, if only we could go back to the days of pigeon post, life would be a bit kinder, was from Pete Raffle, the then chair of Clopton Parish Council, again imploring me to secure a much-needed speed reduction on the B1078 at Shop Corner in Clopton, where children cross an incredibly busy and dangerous road with traffic travelling along at 60 miles an hour on the national speed limit, hurtling over a blind hill and unaware that children are waiting to catch their school bus. Again, I promised Pete that I would chase this relentlessly, and again, I'm delighted to have secured this on behalf of the residents of Clopton, and my thanks this time go to Councillor Chris Chambers for helping me to achieve this. But finally, and perhaps my biggest challenge since I was elected in 2021, is the beast that is the Westerfield Quarry. I have stood shoulder to shoulder with residents in Westerfield, Swilland, Whitnesham, Tuddenham St Martin and the neighbouring parishes who are currently blighted by the spectre of a proposed industrial sand and gravel extraction quarry. The distress this is causing is immeasurable, and the quarry is simply for private greed, not public need. As part of the application process, my parishes and I have been pressing for a much-needed economic impact assessment from businesses such as Finn Valley Golf Club and its holiday accommodation, neighbouring pubs who rely on the passing trade and whose customers choose them because of their peaceful and picturesque rural village locations, to the number of small and medium-sized businesses who just want to trade and operate successfully without the congestion of hundreds of HGV movements thundering through our rural picturesque villages. It's not difficult to see the devastating impact which an industrial quarry and its associated construction and lorry traffic will have on our local economy. So that's why I'm really delighted that just last week the decision was taken for Suffolk County Council to commission a truly independent economic impact report. And I would really genuinely like to thank my colleagues, Matthew, Chris, Richard, who have stood alongside me in this fight, Richard especially for agreeing to commission this report. On behalf of my residents in these villages, thank you. But we've talked about officers today as well. They're the people who really make things happen here. And I would like to thank Josh, my Highways Liaison Engineer, for his expertise and support, because he's ensured that I can deliver every single one of these highways projects. So, Madam Chairman, I fully support today's motion, and I do so because I believe the few examples that I've set out demonstrate that this council listens to the residents of Suffolk, it's alive to their feedback, and it delivers on their behalf.
Councillor Faircloth Mutton.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Well, they've got the giggles today, haven't they? They've run out of words, but they haven't run out of giggles, it seems. I'll keep it very, very brief. I absolutely commend the brave speech from Councillor Bridgman. Doing that amongst current party colleagues is an incredibly brave and courageous thing to do, and he has served his division with absolute determination and courage in the last 5 years, and here's somebody I would like to thank in my speech today. As with this motion, I was very, very pleased to hear from the likes of Councillor Fraser and other councillors on their local matters and some of the achievements of the last 5 years, and particularly the local courage and the local work that happens within our divisions. That is why we are here. That is where our passion guides us. I was, however, very surprised, given in agenda item 11, we had a statement from the leader almost identical to the motion text in agenda item 12. I wonder if this is simply a leader who has run out of time and run out of things to say. Thank you.
I'm sorry, yeah. Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Keith Robinson.
Thank you, Chair. I'm not going to take long. I'm a proud Lowestoft man. I represent, or for a few more weeks, I represent Alton Division. I'm also proud that in 2015, from that early stage, I was involved in campaigning and the business case for the new bridge. It's made a huge difference to Lowestoft. I haven't heard one local person moan about it, apart from when it opens, when they're trying to get through. But traffic flows are down in some places by about 88%, which makes a huge difference. So there's one thing I think Lowestoft can thank Suffolk County Council as a whole for. They achieved that would never have been achieved under a smaller authority because the money would not have been available. So this is a good point towards a single unitary, but we're past that now. But I would like to say, if I'm not back in May, I'll leave this council thinking of you all as friends. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I now go on Councillor Murray.
Thank you, Chair. I'm not going to stand up and talk about my achievements. I'm quite content with how much I've achieved over the last 5 years, and my children are as well. I won't be back, so this is my last council meeting. Thank you, Matthew and Co, for that. I cannot vote in favour of this because of the section that talks about finding a solution to the challenges in Ipswich and on the A14 where the Orwell Bridge closes. I know that some people on that side of the chamber believes that we can expand a bridge. Perhaps the next suggestion might be a monorail. I don't know. We all know what the solution is, and that's the Northern Bypass. We just need, hopefully, in the next election, a leader with the balls to deliver that. I would like to congratulate Councillor Noble for the hold. That was mentioned. That is your legacy. I do wonder what the current leader's legacy will be, presumably cancelling the Upper Orwell crossings for Ipswich, demoting the cabinet position for Ipswich to hide it within highways so that Ipswich doesn't actually have anything, or your record on send, because that is the elephant in the room. And let's be honest, we can congratulate ourselves on numbers, but I will tell you, I had a phone call from a mum who went blind, actually went blind with stress because she didn't know where her child was going to be. And the council massively cocked up that case because all it was is a case of ticking a box to let that mother know that that child has a place to go. I now work in a unit with beautiful children that need extra needs. And I tell you, some of the stories of some of these children, not just in the unit, but beyond into mainstream as well, of being out of education for a year. I sat on an EHCP annual review, the only one I've sat on where Suffolk County Council have actually bothered to turn up. And this mother was promised the earth, but nothing has been delivered because the officer that was sitting there on that day had resigned. And that was her last day in office. This resident of mine still doesn't know who her caseworker is, still hasn't been promised anything for a child who is out of education, and still hasn't been given a room outside of a public space in a library so that her child can have 1 hour of education. This is a farce when we've got disabled children who are not having any delivery. And why am I sitting here, Matthew? You can grin all you want. I'm sitting here because you didn't like to be challenged. You mentioned Margaret Thatcher. Margaret Thatcher liked people in her party that challenged her because accepting challenge and accepting stories of real life things made them a better leader. This is pathetic if this is your legacy.
Please, Councillor Murray, please refrain from personal attacks.
He is the leader and so therefore he's responsible. Your legacy, when you are defeated in May, will be cancelling any form of support for Ipswich and abandoning send services and cocking up the fire service. So congratulations.
Councillor Hopfensberger.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Thank you, Madam Chairman. Unsurprisingly, I will be focusing on ASC, but talking about achievements in adult social care is not about patting ourselves on the back. It's about talking about the dedication of staff, the support given to residents, and the progress made in improving people's lives. Over the past 8 years, this council has delivered £84.5 million worth of transformational savings, with that figure expected to reach £100 million by the end of this financial year. But importantly, this was never about savings for their own sake. It was about redesigning how we work, moving away from outdated models, using better data, and giving people clearer, more timely information so they can make informed choices about their care. It has meant higher standards, smarter commissioning, and a system that is more sustainable for the future, protecting frontline services at a time when demand has never been greater. Digital care, and in particular Cassius, I'm hugely proud that in Suffolk we didn't just accept the concept of digital care technology, we fully embraced it. We championed it, and as a result became a national leader in the field. Cassius has transformed how we support people to live safely and independently at home. It has helped residents stay independent for longer, reduced unnecessary hospital admissions, and given families reassurance that support is there when it's needed. Crucially, this is not technology replacing care, it's technology enhancing care. It has raised safety standards, improved responsiveness, and allowed care professionals to focus their time where it matters the most, on people. And finally, quality of care. In 2023, Suffolk was rated good by the Quality Care Commission, not as a one-off inspection, but as part of a national pilot that we helped shape. It means Suffolk helped define what good looks like. It reflects the dedication of our staff, the strength of our leadership, and a culture that puts people at the heart of care. It also reflects honesty, our absolute willingness to be held account for the care we source and provide to our communities. For me personally, the opportunity to lead the Council's largest cabinet portfolio for the past decade has been a great privilege. Over that time, adult social care in Suffolk has been reshaped to place independence, quality and sustainability at its core, creating strong foundations for the future. The progress we have made has been driven by commitment, skill and compassion of professionals working across the system, whose dedication has consistently translated vision into meaningful change for residents. I am proud of what has been achieved, and I'm confident that these values, partnerships and ways of working are now firmly embedded and will continue to guide adult social care in Suffolk, whatever challenges and opportunities lie ahead. I am absolutely delighted to support this motion, and I will urge others to do the same.
Thank you. Councillor Wellham, you're next.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to remind members for them to note an aspect of the Goldwing Bridge, that there is no evidence, there has been no evidence shown to Scrutiny Committee that last month, that was held last month, the meeting, of any economic growth as a result of opening the 143... Can I respond to the gentleman? Yes, it is too early, but it says in there, that it says in paragraph 4 that there is economic growth. I mean, I firmly believe there will be, but we ought to be factually correct. And I hope that as a result of that, there will be economic growth. The bridge is clearly an iconic structure. It was the decision of the Conservative administration to provide funds for a unique bridge. The cost was greater than a more traditional structure, which had provided the same improvement to north-south access. I think we're all aware of that. And the cost of maintaining and managing the structure is very significant and will continue for the bridge's life. But we must keep the bridge in good nick. The motion recognises that more needs to be done in various areas. You fail to recognise that there is little evidence of progress towards improving rail links to the Midlands and beyond. For the majority of your term of administration, your special relationship with the then Conservative government failed to produce any improvement to rail infrastructure. This and other failures of this administration are not mentioned in your motion. When councillors look back on the last 5 years, some will remember the failure to deal promptly with issues around send or potholes, and the financial position that you are handing over to a new administration. Lastly, I'd like to thank fellow members and officer teams throughout the organisation. And I look forward to seeing some of you back here in May.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Councillor Chambers.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. As the Leader of the Council said, so we are investing and have invested millions of pounds into the future of our county, whether it be roads, our transport, our environment and our communities, because we know that real lasting change comes from sustained commitment and bold action. Let me start with roads. A £63 million programme of improvements is underway on the A12 near Woodbridge. This is about more than just easing congestion, although it will do that. It's about preparing for future growth, improving safety and making the road work better for everyone. That includes upgrading 7 key junctions, delivering a new mobility hub at Adastral Park and replacing the Martlesham footbridge with a modern, accessible bridge for pedestrians and cyclists. And we're also enhancing the dual carriageway and creating new connections that will better integrate public transport. But transport isn't just about roads, it's about choice. And that's why we've secured £12 million in active travel funding to improve walking, wheeling and cycling routes, making everyday journeys safer and more enjoyable. And we're transforming bus services too, with long-term government funding secured through to 2029. We're working with operators to deliver more reliable services, simpler ticketing and a transition to electric buses, improving air quality in our town centres. Already we've launched 17 new enhanced services and introduced a tap-on, tap-off technology across first bus routes, making travel easier and more convenient. And we're also investing heavily in our waste and recycling infrastructure, from the new £2 million recycling centre in Haverhill to major upgrades in Ipswich and beyond. And we're making recycling easier, safer and more efficient. But it's not just about infrastructure, it's about people. And through our partnership with the Benjamin Foundation, over 600,000 items have been reused, raising more than £530,000 to support young people and families across Suffolk. And we're turning waste into opportunity, powering around 50,000 homes every year through our Energy from Waste facility. And finally, we're investing in homes. Through our partnership with Edmundham Developments, we're building sustainable, energy-efficient housing across Suffolk, from Newmarket to Lowestoft and beyond, and we're planning thousands of new homes designed for modern living with heat pumps, solar panels and a focus on community. That is what investment looks like. It's practical, it's forward-thinking and it's delivering real benefits for our residents now and into the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I'm now going on to Councillor Martin Robinson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Councillor Hudson and Councillor Stringer have both made mention of the risk of the council has with debt indebtedness. I recognise that you've been under considerable pressure over the last years, but maybe more courage would have pushed back on the governments to stop the excesses of government spending, so that we're now in a position where we've accommodated that we've got a very high level of debt, something like £1,000 per child, woman and man in the county, I believe, something of that order. That puts us at a very great risk of something like a black swan event, which with the Iran crisis going on at the moment, we become very susceptible to, and that concerns me a great deal. The other thing that concerns me also is the splitting of statutory protected funding, spending versus not statutorily protected. So what we find is we've got highways for years and years and years underfunded. We can see that in the performance data. And it makes me wonder whether we are hiding away, as it were, or hidden away in our structure, infrastructure, is some big systemic risk. So I see two big risks: debt, the increasing cost of debt, and some major system failure. To help me vote for your motion today, Councillor Hicks, would you be able to tell me, is there hidden away in any of the numbers? For example, maybe we're going to have to increase our pension contributions or something of that sort. Is there anything hidden away that might give the next administration a kind of Rachel Reeves, Black Swan, 20 billion moment? Or are you absolutely confident that the next administration is going to find everything absolutely tickety-boo and it's going to be straightforward to run the administration? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Councillor Rudd.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I mean, it's clear there's an election coming when even Councillor Stringer slightly loses his characteristic cool, and Councillor Fairclough-Mutton is more pointed than I naturally know him to be. I think there's undue cynicism where cynicism isn't needed. I think it's natural at the end of an administration to want to give councillors the chance to reflect, to talk about what they're proud of, and to thank staff. And when I heard Councillor Bridgman's speech, Councillor Keith Robinson's speech, I think you heard why we put forward this motion. It's only natural to want to thank those people you've worked with and say what you're proud of. Governing is hard. Leadership is hard. It's also a privilege. And when you stand down, either by choice or by being on the receiving end of some rather robust advice from the electorate, you want to look back with pride, and if you're fortunate and if you've worked hard, you can look back with pride and say, I've done all I can to leave Suffolk better than I found it. So when I look at my role, what am I proud of? Well, of course I'm proud of the One Suffolk business case. Of course I'm proud of the £40 million that would save each year, and £40 million we could put into market towns, the review of parking charges. I could go on through that business case, but I'm most proud of how we got there. The work with the comms team and with senior staff, going out into communities, asking them what they wanted to see from their new council. And over 8,000 people responded. So I'm proud, so proud of that business case, but I'm more proud of how we got there. I'm proud of our response to nationally significant infrastructure projects, how we dealt with Sizewell C, unlocking 200 million in extra investment into Suffolk because of that project. You might not like it, but we unlocked extra investment. We got them to revise their transport strategy, removing thousands of HGVs from our roads by getting them to move more by rail and sea. I'm proud on how we've pushed back on solar and pylons, protecting our best agricultural land and standing up for our farmers. I'm proud of the work that we've done more broadly on the environment, reducing our energy use by 40%, reducing energy bills and presenting savings to the taxpayer. I'm proud of myself for learning how to speak when phones ring. I'm proud of our local nature recovery strategy and how that sets out how habitats can be restored and the decline in biodiversity can be reversed. I'm proud of our work in the Brex. I'm proud of so much, Madam Chairman, but most of all, I'm proud of this chamber, of people across this chamber who come here for the right reasons and who stand up and say why they are so proud to represent Suffolk. And I'm proud of the staff that we have here. Nicola, it's been an absolute privilege. Thank you. But to all of the staff, working in an administration, leading is a privilege and one we never take for granted.
Thank you very much, Councillor Rout. Councillor Byers.
Thank you, Chair. The primary native cattle of Suffolk is the red poll, and their males are magnificent creatures. Oh, I'm sorry. I put this into AI, and I just seem to have been left out with a load of bull. My apologies. Ka-ching. The old ones are the best. This council, we councillors, not this administration, this council, we work together, we have worked together. The leaders of our groups have stood here and talked about how effective their opposition has been in challenging what your administration has done. Working together, this council, our staff, this council is what this motion talks about. If you cannot support this motion, then you're actually stating that you have no confidence in yourself as an effective, autonomous councillor in this chamber, and you have no confidence in our hard-working staff who, let us admit, are there and do a fantastic job, particularly when we need help. But I'm so glad that they don't come up with speeches from AI, because it's absolutely fatal. And what I would say is, we have a responsibility communally, and whatever happens, in May, I wish the new authority, whoever they may be, the best of luck for working for the people of Suffolk. But I would say to them, tread softly, because you tread on all our dreams. I support this motion. Thank you.
Councillor Bobby Bennett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think it's important to stop and reflect to see what's been done, see what more needs to be done, because the world's changed a great deal since our first meeting together in Worsted Park with face masks and alcohol wipes and social distancing. And we shouldn't be afraid to thank those who helped us to do the good things that have been done. And we don't need to be afraid to celebrate those. But yes, it is also important to acknowledge what more there is to do. And as a representative of the 24 parishes in Clare Division, there's two thank yous I want to make. One to our fire and rescue service and the parishes that were affected during Storm Babette, and your emergency support on those days was phenomenal. And another one to Councillor Joe Mason, the work we did with the community to stop the anaerobic digester in Withersfield was exactly what we needed to do for that community. And there is so much more I could say about Clare Division, but this may shock you, but I want to talk about corporate parenting. Our number of children in care has remained broadly stable at around 900, and this is a testament to the dedication of our staff and partners who support these young people every single day. Most of our homes are rated good or outstanding, and we continue to have the lowest cost of care per child, which is down large part to our fantastic foster carers and their commitment to Suffolk's children. We've invested in new specialist care, such as the provision in Saxmundham, that will support young people with complex needs. And our family business is supporting care leavers into employment, education and training. And our Skills for Life initiative is helping young people build the practical skills they need to live independently. All these things we should be celebrating, all of us as corporate parents should be proud of this. And these achievements in CYP come about via collaboration, commitment, and consistently asking ourselves, would this be good enough for my child? And the improvement journey that CYP is on must continue. There are so many changes happening in legislation, in the way that we look as councils across Suffolk, to what's happening to our partners in the NHS and police. And I would ask that all of us, whoever the electorate decides to return to this chamber, to carry on in collaboration, commitment, and consistently doing the right thing by our children. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bennett. Our final speaker is Councillor Mason, and I apologise to people who may have wanted to speak, but we just had to cut it off. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Chair. I know a little bit about slimming down, and my speech initially was 10 minutes, and so I've had to try and slim it down to 3. So I'd like to reflect briefly on what achievements in this motion have looked like on the ground in Haverhill as an active local councillor. What residents and local businesses value most is being heard and then seeing something happen, or someone trying to make things better, because doing, or even just trying, matters more than grand promises. The title councillor means nothing if we're not putting our communities first and not being distracted by national politics. My focus has been and will always be on getting things done locally. In Haverhill, Suffolk County Council has helped deliver real local improvements. The excellent new waste recycling centre, first requested by Councillor Roach, was something I was very keen to see delivered during this administration. It is now making life easier for residents whilst also increasing recycling rates. For North West Relief Road, a genuinely transformative project, there were challenges. I applied constant pressure on the developer, and I thank officers for their support and the many meetings and discussions that helped get this vital piece of infrastructure open last year. David and I pushed for more road resurfacing than was originally planned, and highways delivered. There's more to do, and I'll keep pushing. I'm reassured that Withersfield Road is on the list for the year ahead. And when a resident was seriously injured, I'm grateful to the Chief Executive, who understood both my concerns and those of residents, and stepped in to support the urgent need for repair of Quakers Lane. Pothole season has been bad, but I can promise you in Essex and Cambridgeshire it's been far worse, and I commend Highways for the excellent work that they're doing to try and keep on top of it. We've secured additional pedestrian crossings and zebra crossings, many new EV charging points across the town, planned improvements to many bus shelters and a commitment to install real-time information boards at the bus station. Practical improvements that make everyday life better. There is so much more I could add in way of examples. But sometimes this role goes further than what people might expect a county councillor to do. When banks disappeared from the high street, residents and businesses raised concerns. I met with Cash Access UK for over 2 years, and the result is that Haverhill became the first town in Suffolk to secure a permanent banking hub. I want to thank members from across the county and across this chamber who voted to stop the locally harmful anaerobic digester application in Withersfield, recognising the importance of local concerns, even when it wasn't your local. This was something I felt particularly strongly about. It's one of the many examples of Suffolk County Council doing local well. None of this is done alone, so thank you to all the officers and portfolio holders, to fellow members across the chamber who chose to be collegiate. And most importantly, to residents and local businesses who share concerns, raise issues, and motivate me to find the right or best possible solutions. Finally, 2 of my personal highlights. Taking on the property and county farms portfolio and working with the amazing team and seeing the impact our farms, buildings and libraries have on communities and organisations doing such important work. And perhaps most importantly, the opportunity I've had to meet and work with so many people who care deeply about where they live and whose energy and commitment drives everything I do. Because in the end, this role, which I genuinely love doing, has taught me something simple. To me, to serve means listen, deliver. And if you can't deliver, at least explain or show residents you tried. It is essential we put our communities first, not ideology. Something I believe this administration has achieved and something I hope to continue doing for many years to come. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We've reached the end of the debate. I'm now going to, I think Councillor Stringer has already spoken, so I'm going to call on Councillor Hicks as proposer of the motion, if he has anything else to say. Councillor Hicks.
Thanks very much. So thank you for all the contributions, and I think going back to the very beginning when Councillor Stringer said people would stand up and want to make speeches, I think you can see why they want to, because there is so much good news to share, so much accomplishment, so much has been achieved. And actually, we're really proud of what's gone on over the last 5 years, and I think you've heard that in oodles from this side of the chamber. Councillor Martin, I'm delighted that you are going to support this motion. I agree. We should oppose solar and energy transmission projects suggested by Ed Miliband. They're wrong, and I'm glad you're going to support us in opposing them. In terms of Councillor Sower, I'm very happy to share with you, but there's lots of information about Worcestershire, which is a reform council, has just gone for a 9% increase. 9%, that's 9. That's a lot more than any other council that I'm aware of that is Conservative. So I think I'm happy to give you the research and show you the information, but a reform council has done 9%. And also, I just meant to say, thank you so much, by the way, for putting me forward as Leader of the Year. I know you did that a few months ago before you moved, but I really appreciate that. And I'm sorry I didn't get it, but thank you. And I really enjoyed being at the ceremony with you as well, but again, just before you moved. Yeah, thank you. Do you know, I think it's really important that when we're in the chamber on events like this, we do recognise our staff. And I'm really happy with the way that actually the administration has been run for the last 8 years, and we've done it with a sense of strength and purpose. I do really believe that a sign of a good leader is someone that brings people together, doesn't go personal, and just focuses on delivering what's best for our residents. And that's what we've done on this side of the chamber over the last 8 years. And once again, thank you to all my colleagues for your hard work. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We will shortly move to an electronic vote. Please don't press your touch screen yet. If you support the motion, press yes. If you do not agree, press no. Press abstain if you wish to abstain. Are you all ready? I will start the vote. Please vote now. Please ensure that your screen shows the words, "Your vote has been cast." Has everyone voted? I shall now close the vote. The results are: the vote has been carried. For anyone listening, the votes are 39 for, 8 against and 7 abstentions. Councillors, we've been in the chamber for 2 hours since the last break, and I think that we must have a break for another 15 minutes. I'm sorry, and then you must all come back again to end our agenda. I know it's a long day, but we needed to say what we have had to say. Thank you very much for your patience. Please take your seats. Are we live? We're live. Could everyone please take their seats and be ready to debate the final three motions and go through the rest of the papers? Agenda item 12, motion 2. I would like to call on Councillor Ruth Leach to propose the motion.
Thank you very much, Chair. Fellow councillors, today I ask for your support for all survivors of sexual harm, child sexual abuse, sexual exploitation, and trafficking. While I'm speaking in my role as a GLI spokesperson for women and girls, today I speak up on behalf of all genders and all ages. In recent months, there's been intense media coverage of high-profile cases describing abhorrent practices and manipulations. These stories are ubiquitous and prolific, and the words and pictures are visible across news outlets, on social media, and in general conversation. But while this coverage is public, the impact is deeply personal. For many survivors, this level of exposure can be profoundly triggering. It can resurface trauma, reopen wounds, and bring back experiences people may have spent years trying to manage. For others, it may be the moment they begin to recognize their own experiences and consider coming forward. We know this is not hypothetical. It is happening now. The scale of the issue is significant. Latest data from the Office for National Statistics suggests that 2.4% of adults experience sexual assault each year. Applied to Suffolk, that equates to around 14,600 adults annually. Police data shows 2,536 sexual offences recorded in Suffolk in 2024 and 25. But we know these figures represent only a fraction of the true picture. Behind every number is a person. Specialist services are already seeing the impact. According to local Suffolk charity Survivors in Transition, around 1,200 referrals are made each year to trauma support services across Suffolk. When media coverage intensifies, those numbers rise, alongside an increased complexity of need. We also know that the support provided works. Specialist trauma therapy leads to reduced trauma symptoms and measurable decreases in depression and anxiety. It helps people feel safer to rebuild their lives and to move forward. At an average cost of around £1,000 per survivor for a course of therapy, it is also highly cost-effective when compared to the long-term costs of untreated trauma across health, justice, and social care systems. Without support, the wider societal impact is significant. An increased demand on NHS mental health services, more safeguarding and crisis interventions, and long-term effects on employment, parenting, and community participation. But with the right support, we can help break cycles of harm and intergenerational trauma. And that is why this motion matters. This motion does not ask for major new spending or services. Instead, it asks us as a council to act within our role responsibly and compassionately. It asks us to acknowledge publicly that media coverage can be distressing and triggering. It asks us to ensure that survivors and those around them know where to find help through clear and visible signposting. It asks to support professionals, schools, families, and communities to respond appropriately to disclosures. And finally, it asks us to use our collective voice to highlight to government the importance of sustained national support for specialist services. Colleagues, this is about leadership. We cannot control the headlines, but we can control how we respond. We can ensure that in Suffolk, anyone affected by these events knows they are not alone. They know that they will be heard and that support is available. I hope that all members of this council can stand together to support this motion today. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Do you have a seconder for the motion? Councillor Inga Lockington. Inga, Councillor Lockington, I would like to invite you to formally second the motion and confirm if you wish to speak now or later.
Yes, I'm seconding the motion and I would like to speak now. I really find it an honour to follow after Councillor Leeds and her motion. I wish it was one of these motions which we didn't have to have, but we do. There are no escape from learning at least something about the Epstein files and what comes with the abuse stories. We've been reminded of the hold that some men or women can have over young girls who just dream of being a model, dream of doing well, dream of earning money. We all have dreams when we are young. Some young people have clearly paid a very high price for trusting people who came forward with so-called, we can help you in your career, we can find people who can support you, but they were misled, trusting that they would be introduced to others that could help them. People who hold powers over others, even in a workplace, can be abusing that power. Sexual abuse is wrong, and we must not forget it does not only happen to girls, but also to boys. The action we are asking our council to take is something which I hope we can all support. One of the council's objectives are promoting and supporting the health and well-being of all people in Suffolk. The health and well-being of our residents who may have been reminded of what happened to them some years ago or realize what's going on here and now is wrong and they need help to get it to stop. Many years ago, I knew a very talented young musician. Some years later, I thought, well, I'll try and find out if I can find some of his music and what happened to him. I then learned he'd had a breakdown. He wasn't making music anymore. And then I later did another search and I found something of a story which he told. He, as a young man, had been sexually abused. As he got married and got his own children, it came back to him and he had a complete breakdown. Luckily he got help and now he's making lovely music again. So this is just so important that we get that help we need. We are not asking council, as Councillor Leeds said, to spend a lot of money, but to simply release a statement, give out information for any residents who might seek help, signpost, work with partners, write to government, which we have still time to do before Purda, so get writing. Would it not be good if we did everything we could do to reduce stigma and normalization of anybody who wants to seek help so that our residents can all be freed to live a happy life?
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor Nadia Chenchi, as the spokesperson for the administration, you may speak for up to 5 minutes at any time. Would you like to speak now or later? Like to speak now?
I'll speak now, thank you.
Please go ahead.
Yes, I'd like to thank Councillor Leach for bringing this motion to Council. There's only one small little thing that I was disappointed in, so I'll say that now and then I'll carry on. And that's that I think it should have included grooming gangs. We have thousands of girls in this country that have been affected by that. And in fact, I spoke to one of them a few years back She wanted to remain anonymous, and she was living in fear. She'd moved to another town. She was living in fear. She couldn't even go and see her family. Such was the trauma. So I'm right behind this, believe me, but I would like in future all to mention grooming gangs, especially as I would love to see a proper review report done on what's happened there and what is still happening. And also, I thank both of you for talking about other genders as well. This isn't just females, but that's what I'm going to concentrate on now. So,
may I interrupt you? I think you're putting your...
am I putting this
over the speakers, because it's not coming through very loud.
Okay, thank you
very
that.
much.
Yeah, I'll move it to one side. So the first action plan for VAW, which is violence against women and girls, was introduced by the coalition government in 2011, and it set 4 pillars: prevention, provision of service, partnership work and risk reduction, which continued to underpin the strategy. In 2025, the objectives shifted a little bit into pursuing perpetrators, well, we can all sign up to that, and education in schools. Excellent. But we have been ahead of the game. So long before this became a national priority, partners across Suffolk were already working together to address it. Through strong partnership with the police, health services, schools, local organisations and survivors themselves, we have developed a trauma-informed approach that focuses on prevention, support and long-term cultural change. Our violence against women and girls strategy reflects the voices of those with lived experience and sets out clear action for the future. This is an issue that affects every community, and I'm incredibly proud of the leadership Suffolk has shown in taking it seriously and acting decisively. And I particularly like the motion because it is stressing that this is just not to happen now. This has got to continue for year after year. So thank you and well done. I really do welcome this motion and I will be supporting it.
The motion for debate, and if you wish to speak, please signal now and we'll take a list as before. See, we've got
Councillor Bryce.
5. Councillor Bryce. Anyone else like to speak, please indicate.
Councillor Harsant. Councillor Bird. We've got Fairclough, Mutton, Mackay and
we
Murray.
have you, Councillor Bird. Yeah. And right, we've got a list. Councillor Spicer.
You haven't heard the last of me from me yet. And by the way, I intend to be in for Cabinet next week and a few other things, so I'm not giving up yet. When I saw this motion, thank you, first of all, I saw the word Epstein. I thought, oh, do we have to go there? But then I read it, and it's brilliant. And of course, I will want to support it. And indeed, I've stayed here in order to be able to say give you my support. But if we could put the emphasis as much as possible on 2 things. On, first of all, understanding that word exploitation, because there is a lot more to exploitation than the sexual exploitation you referred to. And Nadia Chensi's already talked about grooming gangs, but there's many other things we need to be concerned about, like forced marriage, prostitution, and other things. On the subject of prostitution, I didn't fully understand or hear what Councillor Hudson said, but I'm going to jolly well be having a look, because I think he made an allegation that many of us would be quite uncomfortable about prostitution in Ipswich. But I'll check what you said, Councillor Hudson. Because I was the Cabinet member for 4 years for community safety, and another 4 years the Local Government Association lead member for community safety. And I was very proud of what Suffolk County Council did as a lead then. But, and here's the message I want to convey now, what we did was working in partnership, not just across party, and that is important, and it shouldn't be just taken for granted. Cross party, cross authorities, but hopefully that will be solved with unitary authorities, cross agencies, because I went on to be chairman of the police authority, where this was a top priority with us there too. And cross, where's my notes? Here we are. So keep good motion, certainly support it, but there's a lot more that could be done, needs to be done, than is actually in the wording here. And good luck to those who carry it on. I've got a couple of parish councils tonight, so I'm not certain how long we're going to go on, but I do welcome both motions that follow. And you all made a big fuss of me being here 37 years. There is actually someone sitting here who's been here even longer than me. And I think on behalf of Democratic Services, you should thank Teresa Harden, who started even before me. And thank you to other particularly long-serving members who are retiring. Sandy and I have been around, both of us, for a very long time. Thank you, everybody, and I'll be back next week for Cabinet.
Great, thank you very much. We now have Councillor Fairclough-Mutton.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I held the portfolio on this subject for nearly 2 years, and it was one of the most insightful areas that I dealt with, and also one of the most emotional too. One of the areas of work that this administration and the County Council can be proud of is the support of safe locations where people can go. They are safe, they are confidential, they are out of harm's way. And whether that be men, women, boys, girls, that is something that everybody can be proud of in this chamber, that we support such an endeavour. The ongoing work that we must continue, whoever is running boroughs, counties, unitaries going forward, should be the safeguarding and the nurturing of those who have had abuse inflicted upon them. Emotional and physical harm is something that is not simply cured overnight. It is something that can often go with somebody to the grave. It can impact their dealings with their families, whether it be sons or daughters, mothers or fathers. It can break families, and it can break somebody's stability and their courage in their careers as well. I commend Councillor Leach and Councillor Lockington on this motion. I know this is an area that you have great passion and deep understanding on, and this is something that all of us in the Reform Group will be supporting today. Thank you.
Councillor Bryce.
Thank you again, Madam Chair. Thank you, Councillor Leach, Councillor Lockington, for bringing forward this powerful and important motion. Like you, I wish we lived in an age where we didn't have to have this at all. You're absolutely right that this is about leadership, and it's about collaborative leadership. It's about compassionate leadership that listens and leadership that acts. As elected councillors, we have a moral duty to support those who do not have a voice. Thank you for bringing this motion, and I will be supporting it.
Thank you. We now have Councillor Murray.
Thank you. I will be supporting this motion. I have spoken in the Chamber about what has happened to me personally in the past. What I haven't spoken about in the Chamber before is that when I was a child, I had a situation that happened to me, and I told someone who I felt was a trusted adult, and they said, please don't tell anyone because it will tear apart the family. And so I didn't tell anyone, and so then when something worse happened when I was an adult, I didn't report it, and I live with that regret every day because that person who did what they did to me could well do it again to someone else. I've worked with survivors in transition. I think they're fantastic. In fact, I found myself on the tour then getting a little bit of support myself. I was awarded a Purple Hearts Award by them for my trauma-informed practice generally. And so I would like whoever is back next time to possibly consider training on trauma-informed practice and how some people may display their emotions differently because of, you know, the foundations that they built up when they were a child, and, you know, not necessarily display them in the way that you would, and having that trauma-informed knowledge would be great. We don't get DBS checked here, and a lot of people don't know that, and I know that some councils have put that forward. Again, that's a possibility, just to reassure our residents that if we are DBS checked. And finally, I just want to talk about sex workers, because there has been some flippant comments made, and there has been comments made in the past when I've spoken about sex workers. There is a lady in Ipswich, and she doesn't know her country of origin, and all she knows is sex work. And she was put out to work, and I'm using that phrasing even though I don't like it, as a child in Ipswich. And so the idea sometimes that this is a choice, I don't think is correct. This is all she knows. And I find that heartbreaking. And I watched an interview with her about the treatment that she receives from these horrendous human beings. And it is very difficult to provide that service, but there are services there. So I think when we do talk about prostitution, sex work, or whatever you want to use the phrase as, these are victims, and some feel like they have no choice. And just imagine being in a country, you don't know where you're coming from or where you've gone, and this is all you know. And please put yourself in those shoes before you make such comments. And I do not believe that sex work has ever been legal in Ipswich, so I just want that on record because of a previous comment that was made. This is everyone's problem, and even if it's low level, please challenge it, because I'm tired of seeing these motions about us all saying what's happened to us. We need to stop the next generation of it happening to them. I will support this motion.
Thank you very much, Councillor Murray. Councillor Harsent.
Thank you very much, Chairman. I will be supporting the motion. Thank you, Councillor Leach and Councillor Lockington. And Joanna, Councillor Spicer brought back all those memories when I was leader of Ipswich Borough Council and we had the deaths of the 6 girls. And, you know, we formed that charity, you will remember, Somebody's Daughter Memorial Fund, and that's exactly what those girls were. They were somebody's daughter, and we should never forget that. And what Councillor Murray has said is so true. When I was leader of the Borough Council, I had the privilege of opening the first Survivors in Transition office, which was on the Triangle estate, which some of you will remember. We unveiled a plaque. That's the first and last one I think I ever did. That moment has stayed with me because it represented the courage and resilience of survivors determined to rebuild their lives. This motion reflects that same commitment to recognise, support and stand alongside those who have experienced trauma. Organisations like Survivors in Transition do vital work, and we must continue to support them in every way we can. I support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Harsent. Councillor Mulcahy.
Thank you, Chairwoman. It should surprise absolutely nobody in this chamber that I will be supporting this motion. There's a section of the motion I'd like to draw a lot attention to that I feel is very, very important, in that the Council therefore resolves to, the very last line, do everything it can to reduce the stigma and normalise seeking help. In my case, in the previous debates, I had mentioned that I was a victim of a sexual assault. One of the things I didn't stress is that I was the 6th victim of a serial rapist. Now, the 3rd victim's father was a prominent local businessman. And at the time the 3rd victim had been assaulted, the police were intent on making a media announcement to alert the public that this was happening. And these assaults weren't taking place at night when you might be on guard. They were in the middle of the day when you thought sun shining, California, you were off guard. And because of the stigma attached to the assault at the time, the father, in trying to protect his daughter, requested that the public not be made aware that these assaults were taking place. And therefore, none of us were on guard, and 3 more assaults took place. I was pleased that I was the last one and able to help the police capture the assailant. And in the end, justice did take place. The attacker, I'm assuming may still be in jail. He was sentenced to 184 years for the attacks that he had done. And in the American court system, you're not eligible. Based on all the attacks and the assaults, the complaints against him, it added up to 184 years that he had to serve consecutively, not concurrently. And he was not going to be eligible for parole until at least a third of that sentence had been done. But it wouldn't have happened to 3 of us, possibly, had the stigma of sexual assaults been at the level it was. And I cannot stress enough how important it is to take that stigma away and have people come forward and report their attacks and their assailants and share it with the public. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Councillor Mulcahy. Thank you. Councillor Bird.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I feel myself making today a speech similar to the one I made several meetings ago when I responded to a speech from Councillor Cook, who spoke of racial hatred and racial discrimination, and I said how we perhaps may have made some progress, but nowhere near enough over the last few decades. And I feel myself saying again now on this subject of sexual violence and sexual assault that we may have made some progress, but nowhere near enough. Most of you in this chamber probably know I'm an avid book reader. I'm also a believer that on any subject, however much you might think you know, you can always teach yourself a little bit more by reading another book on the subject. One of my interests is criminology. Only a few days ago I finished reading the 8th book that I've read about the Yorkshire Ripper, Peter Sutcliffe. I knew a great deal of what went on, but learned some more. I was already aware, and this is the attitude of the police and society in the 70s when this happened, that of his 13 women that he killed, 7 attempted killings and probably 3 others that probably were his victims. The police divided and said those that weren't sex workers were innocent, and therefore by implication or inference the ones who were sex workers were not only not innocent, they perhaps deserved what happened to them. But from reading this book I learned further that one victim, when her blood-stained handbag was handed into the police, they didn't bother conducting a search, and it's now probably true that they may have still found her alive rather than when she was found later dead if they'd have bothered to do the search. One of, I think, only 2 of his victims left alive now is still suffering from the fact that her case was never even put on the charge sheet when he was caught, because the police said she was a 14-year-old schoolgirl and he only attacked prostitutes, so he couldn't have attacked her. And when you read that, and that sort of horrific attitude in society and the police who were supposed to do something about it, we shouldn't even be here now having to discuss sexual violence. The only other thing I would say, probably a lot of people in this chamber know, I'm not quite a technophobe, but I do limit how much impact IT has on my life. And one of the many reasons I run a country mile away from social media is the fact that it's full of misinformation and hate speech, and it's quite frightening how many boys are growing up believing that sexual violence in relationships is normal and acceptable because of what they see on social media. But I thought I'd just share those thoughts with you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Byrne. We have one more speaker. Councillor Dunning, you're our last speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. In 2022, in this chamber, we were talking about forced labour and sexual exploitation. There were pop-up events to engage with communities around the county to help the public know how to identify the signs and know how to report their concerns. I appreciate that last year there was a renewed strategy launched to tackle violence against women and girls in Suffolk. Whilst I would like to be clear that Suffolk remains a safe county in which to live, work and visit, the reality is that domestic abuse and sexual violence continue to affect too many people. These crimes are often driven by harmful attitudes and gender-based stereotypes that disproportionately impact women and girls. However, regardless of gender identity, any people can be a victim, and support must be inclusive and far-reaching. I understand that there are partners who work together across Suffolk with a shared commitment to tackling domestic abuse and sexual violence to help make Suffolk a safer place for everyone. But we all need to realise that with the current continuous announcements being made around the Epstein files, we need everyone in Suffolk to actually play their part. Partners across Suffolk have a shared commitment to tackling domestic abuse and sexual violence, and it is for everyone in Suffolk to play their part in preventing and identifying violence against women and girls and creating the safety that we all deserve. The social media campaign, which is suggested by Councillor Leach, has the backing of survivors in transition. And I would like to say, as this might be the last time I speak in this chamber, that at this time, I am absolutely sure that Councillor Page would have been very proud of you to bring this motion. So thank you. And I'd like to hope that we can also, hope and expect that we can actually all support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you all very much indeed. Councillor Leach, as proposer of the motion, do you have anything further to add? Would you like to go ahead?
Thank you, councillors, for your thoughtful contributions to this debate. And can I just state my respect for the bravery of the people in this room, people who didn't speak, and I can see your expressions, and the people that did speak. I really respect you. What we heard today reinforces a simple truth. This is not a marginal issue. 14,600 adults in Suffolk experience sexual assault each year. 2,500 offences recorded locally, and we know that many go unreported. There are 1,200 referrals annually made to services such as Survivors in Transition, and numbers rise when media coverage intensifies. So the question is not whether action is needed, but what we can do now within our role. One practical step this motion enables is a clear, trauma-informed social media and communications campaign, because when people are affected by what they see in the media, they don't always turn first to services. They turn to their phones. They search quietly. They look for reassurance, for understanding, and for somewhere safe to turn. If we can meet people in that moment, we can make a real difference. This does not need to be complex or costly. It means the clear messaging that we've discussed. It means visible signposting, simple guidance to friends and family and professionals on how to respond to disclosures, and working with partners to ensure consistent messaging across Suffolk, as was mentioned. Done well, this can encourage earlier help seeking, reduce stigma, and improve how people are supported when they speak out. And the impact goes wider. When survivors receive timely specialist support, we see reduced pressure on NHS services, fewer crisis interventions, and stronger outcomes for individuals, families, and communities. This is about leadership, and I can see we have this leadership in the room. We cannot control the headlines, but we can ensure that in Suffolk, anyone affected knows they are not alone and that support is available. This is a proportionate, practical step that can make a meaningful difference. So in closing, I return to where I began. This is about people. People who may be struggling quietly. People who may be deciding whether to speak out. People who may just need to see in that moment that support exists. We cannot control the headlines, but we can control our response. And through something as simple and as powerful as a clear, compassionate, well-designed communications campaign, we can make a real difference. Not to everyone, but to some. And for those individuals, that difference could be life-changing.
Thank you, Councillor Leach, very much indeed. And thank you again for everyone who has spoken out. I think there's a general feeling in the room that we are in agreement. Can we agree this motion through general affirmation? Thank you. Then I take that as unanimous. We now move on to motion 4. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, nice try.
So I was caught out there. Never mind. Motion 3. There has been an alteration to the wording of motion 3. A copy of the wording has been circulated in the chamber. I think, what is the change? It's only one word. And the word is continue is added. So I think it's a fairly minor alteration. So I'm assuming that the change in wording has been accepted, and we are going to be discussing the altered wording motion. I will now call on Peter Byatt to propose the motion.
Thank you, Chair. May I just make a brief observation? The previous debate demonstrated the sincerity of all councillors here, and I just thank Councillor Leach for bringing it. Chair, fellow councillors, glance at camera, lower voice. Oh, sorry, that's the notes. Do apologise. Picture this. It's 5:30 on a winter's morning in the harbour ward of Lowestoft. The wind is driving off the North Sea, the tide is pushing high, and a local cafe owner, who I know well, is standing in his doorway watching the water creep closer and closer to the threshold, where he's already replaced the flooring twice in the past decade. He once told me, "I don't want a bailout, I just want a fighting chance to stay afloat," literally. This is what this motion is about, giving Lowestoft a fighting chance to offer a flood-free lake clothing and surrounding area. Lowestoft is, I'm preaching at yours as a teacher, is the most easterly town in the country. Beautiful, proud and vulnerable. And I know that at least one councillor in this chamber has Lowestoft in their name. Tidal flooding is not an abstract risk here. It is a recurring threat. I've seen the damage, taken part in emergency response and witnessed the heartbreaking cleanups. Without intervention, we know the risks will only grow as sea levels rise and storm surges become more frequent. The Lowestoft Tidal Barrier Scheme was not merely a construction project, It was the final and essential piece of the wider flood protection programme. The barrier would connect new flood walls across the inner harbour, providing better tidal flood protection for the next 100 years. That means a century of greater safety, greater certainty, and greater opportunity. This barrier would protect homes and families and livelihoods for generations to come, reduce the burden on emergency services who currently respond to regular flood events, create the confidence investors need, confidence that the harbour will stay open, that telecommunications infrastructure is secure, and that businesses aren't at constant risk of closure. It would support jobs and growth, including unlocking brownfield sites in the Riverside Enterprise Zone and the Power Park development area. It would strengthen Lowestoft's role as one of the UK's largest green energy hubs, underpinning our offshore wind sector and the supply chain for Sizewell C. And crucially, for the residents of Lowestoft, it contributes directly to reducing social deprivation, aligning with the values of this council. Yes, construction will be disruptive, but the evidence is clear. Those impacts are temporary, the benefits would be transformational. We know there are funding issues, given the cost involved, and what we are seeking with this motion is simply to commit to continued engagement of this council with government and other relevant agencies. Others may question whether now is the right time to be pushing for this. But let me put it plainly. That would be a strong legacy from this council. The cost of not acting is far greater. Every flood event brings financial loss, emotional strain, and environmental damage. Every delay increases the risk to residents, to our local economy, and to critical infrastructure. The mitigation measures planned for construction are robust, carefully assessed, and designed to minimise impact in what is admittedly a complex, busy part of the town. But we cannot afford inaction. If you remember one thing from today, let it be this: water doesn't wait, so we can't. Colleagues, Lowestoft deserves safety, it deserves stability, it deserves a future in which families don't fear the next spring tide accompanied by a strong easterly gale, and businesses don't have to gamble with every major storm. Supporting the tidal barrier is not just about engineering, it is about hope, fairness, and long-term resilience for the people we serve. Let us act with the urgency and responsibility this moment demands. I urge you to support this motion and help safeguard Lowestoft's legacy for the next century. Thank you.
Councillor Bard, do you have a seconder for the motion? I believe Councillor Martin. May I invite you to formally second the motion? If you wish to speak now, go ahead. If not, later.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Yes, I will speak now. The Lowestoft flood barrier was taken off the priority list in 2024, despite extensive work having gone into its need and design in the preceding 10 years. Those of us who have some experience of government-funded infrastructure projects will know that most of these decisions are taken by civil servants who then present a report to the Secretary of State for ratification. So whether the decision was taken before the general election or after it is something of an academic question. The barrier really ought to have been built well before 2024, around the same time as the barrier for Ipswich. But we know also from our experience in getting the Lowestoft third crossing built that persistence pays off. Persistence and consensus. It was a joint amended motion from Labour and the Conservatives that committed our council to building the third crossing and finally achieving our goal there, and we can do it again. The consequences of a serious tidal flood for large parts of Lowestoft, and in particular Pakefield and Kirkley, would run into many times the cost of building the barrier. And that's just the financial cost. The efforts of Bob Blizzard MP and of Peter Aldous MP were vital in obtaining the third crossing. Jess Asato MP has been meeting with flood defence experts, with the Town Council, with East Suffolk Council, with civil servants, and with the Secretary of State. She has spoken on this issue in Parliament and has secured a commitment of a ministerial visit to Lowestoft. East Suffolk Council is currently the lead authority on this issue, but I am confident that the Green and Liberal Democrat councillors in this room will talk to their colleagues and ensure that the commitment of East Suffolk Council is every bit as strong as the commitment of the county and of the MP. So, working all together, I believe that we can achieve this barrier. I urge you all to support this motion for the good of Suffolk's second town.
Thank you very much, Councillor Martin. Councillor West, as spokesperson for the administration, you may speak of up to 5 minutes at any time. Would you like to speak now? Please do.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you to Councillor Byatt and Martin for bringing this forward. It's very hard to disagree with anything that was said from either of you. And as Councillor Martin correctly says, East Suffolk are the lead authority, but the County Council are playing our part, working with other partners as well, and the Environment Agency. I understand that there's been some funding secured from the Regional Flood and Coastal Committee for sort of temporary defences when a surge is sort of predicted, but you're quite right to say that the proper long-term solution is the one that you've both outlined, and I think we would fully be behind that and supportive of it. The meeting last week that the Member of Parliament called included all agencies and County Council officers, so we are fully supportive of it, and I think you're quite right to also say that we look to East Suffolk perhaps to pass a similar motion so that we put the full weight of all authorities behind it. But thank you for bringing it, fully support it. Nothing further to add, Chairman.
I have a feeling this is a motion that will receive a lot of general support. We have a couple of speakers. Councillor Keith Robbins.
Thank you, Chair. You might be surprised to hear that I'm from Lowestoft. Now, to me, this is a no-brainer. The bridge was the first step that relieved the traffic in the town centre, relieved the pressure on the Basque Bridge. But Lowestoft town centre will not recover until there's no longer a flood risk from flooding from the sea, particularly. So nobody's going to invest money into that part of town when the risk is so high. So I'd just like to say this is a no-brainer, and I intend to fully support it.
Thank you, Chair. So I fully support this. I have a business on Lowestoft Fish Market, so I've seen firsthand what the floods can do. So well done, Mr. Byatt, for putting this forward, and we fully support it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We now have Councillor Wilson.
Thank you, Chair. Now, I'm not from Lowestoft, but with our floods and storms, they're increasing in size and power due to climate change. Now, Storm Babette was the worst storm since the Great Flood of 1953, which saw one of the real destruction of areas of Felixstowe and the Ipswich waterfront. Now, over the past couple of decades, they've put in tidal barriers in Ipswich and defences in Felixstowe. But without those defences, we could have seen an equal amount of loss in life and destruction in Ipswich and Felixstowe as seen in 53. So, of course, we must support Lowestoft in their fight to get these flood defences to prevent something like that happening up in north of Suffolk.
Thank you. Councillor Ash Lever.
Thank you, Chair. I live in Beccles, growing up around, visiting the coast a lot of the time. Growing up, I even had a business in Lowestoft myself, so I really fully understand the issues they have with flooding along that coast there. Now, we said about persistence, you talked about the East Suffolk. Obviously, I got a WhatsApp from my division colleague, who happens to be Councillor Caroline Toppin, also leader of the East Suffolk District Council. So she can't be here today because she's at the District Council's network. But obviously, I just wanted to kind of put a little bit of what she said here. The main thing really to probably say is that, you know, it's something about, obviously she's saying about funding, we all are concerned about the funding about it, just says here. Doesn't mean that East Suffolk Council is not still banging on about it at every opportunity. So I think that says, obviously, you've got the support of the District Council, I would like to say from that. Just also reminded me of something that happened in the elections hustings for the general election at Beccles Public Hall. So there was the incumbent MP, Peter Aldis, said at the time there was no money for the Lowestoft flood barrier. So our now MP, candidate for Labour as she was at the time, said, if I get in, I will camp outside the Minister's office until I get the barrier. So I'd like to hear about this persistence. Good to hear that she's doing all the things that you say she's doing. So I guess in that, that camping trip is paying off, and hopefully it will continue to pay off and we'll get the barrier for Lowestoft. And I fully support this motion. Thank you.
Well done. Thank you very much. We have one more speaker, Councillor Back.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to echo everything that's been said, especially what's been said by Councillor Keith Robinson. It's clear that until we can protect the town centre, there is very little likelihood of outside businesses wanting to invest in the town centre. But I would also add that a barrier would be the final piece in the jigsaw, basically. An awful lot of money has been spent in Lowestoft in the previous sort of 5-7 years, protecting the harbour with the erection of walls, and the tidal barrier is the missing piece of the jigsaw to protect not only the town centre, but the Kirkley waterfront as well. Now, the Kirkley waterfront presents a marvellous opportunity for regeneration. It's a brownfield site that at the moment is being blighted by the old Bolton-the-Paul factory, and it could offer so much to Lowestoft if it were protected against any future water ingress from storm surges from the North Sea. So I would urge everybody to support this. And after all the money that's been spent already, it seems tragic that for the sake of a little bit more, well, quite a bit more maybe, but for the sake of that final push, that we could then have a flood protection system that would last for, as Councillor Bart said, the next 100 years. Thank you.
Thank you very much, everybody. And I will go back to Councillor Byatt as proposed with the motion. Do you have anything further to add?
I will be brief. I know it's only 3 minutes anyway, but thank you, and thank you for colleagues across the chamber for their support for our people in the north. 6th of December 2013. They didn't have names for storms then, but I can tell you a few of the names that the storm then was called by people in Lowestoft. It was amazing. I mean, I will refer back to one of my previous occupations. I was senior Coast Guard that night, and to watch our town split in two within an hour was dreadful. The mop-up operation was dreadful. Reports came back about if only we'd had the flood. There's lots of if only, and we can sit back and say if only. At that time, it was thought that it might be 40 million. Obviously, 10 years on, and with on costs and so on, it's a considerable amount more. And thank you, Councillor Back, for reminding us of that. But also, thank you for reminding us about the specific details of Kirkley waterfront, because that holds the key to a lot of development around the town of Lowestoft. And also it affects businesses, as Councillor Mummery has talked about, where she is situated. So it's a massively important thing to Lowestoft. Councillor Stringer, you referred earlier in your speech, in one of your other speeches, to Storm Babette. Certainly not every 100 years. A decade, I think you might be hopeful. I would say maybe 5 years we need to be looking at that danger, and Lowestoft is at danger, and so peripherally is the coast between Lowestoft and down towards Kessingland, and we've seen what's happened at Thorpe Ness, and you know, many thanks for any involvement this authority has had with East Suffolk in trying to reinforce the coast there, albeit for a short amount of time. So, again, an example of us working together for the betterment of the people of Suffolk. What I would say is, this is going to East Suffolk next week. So I would say to colleagues in here who are twin hatters in that direction, do please bear with me when I might have to tweak my speech to make it less repetitive, but that you will come there and have the same positive attitude. And also, what's most important, and I try not to be, well, I've got to be PC about this, time and tide wait for no person. The sea is not our friend. So thank you for your support for this, and I hope that you will all be able to approve this motion unanimously. Thank you, colleagues.
Thank you all very much. And I wonder, given the general consensus in the Chamber, whether we couldn't agree this motion through general affirmation. Good. Let's take that motion as unanimously passed. Now we move on to motion, agenda item 12, a motion 4. And we do have an amendment to this motion. An alteration. A copy of the wording has been uploaded to the website and circulated in the Chamber. I would like to call on Councillor June Mummery to propose the motion. Councillor Mummery, over to you. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I have now been a councillor for 3 months. A key obstacle I have faced has been extortionate costs with improving highways in my division. This is an issue shared by other councillors. Traffic regulation orders are required, but not exclusively for local community infrastructure. Improvements, i.e. reducing hazardous parking, such as on junctions, and speed limit changes. Across the board, total costs for textbook solutions are addressed in the Highway Code. These costs are between £6,000 to £15,000. A typical average breakdown are 25% construction and in-house technical, and 75% of legal fees. An example of this is actually my very first email I received from a constituent. A proposal for a no waiting restriction to protect the junction at Stradbroke Road, Laxfield Way in Pakefield. So basically, 30 metres of double yellow lines, 15 metres either side of the junction. I attended the site with a member of the highways and met with my constituent. It didn't take me long to see there was a problem. I was absolutely flabbergasted when we got down to the cost of this small project. £6,000. I asked for a breakdown of these blood-sucking costs. The actual labour costs on site, which consists of a tin of yellow paint and some man hours, 2 hours, a morning's work, was £980. So the bulk of the cost is going to statutory consultation, informal consultation, instruction to Suffolk legal team to draft order, formal advertisement and preparation of TRO decision reports. May I point out a list of the wider problems this extortionate legal cost creates? Its stop improvements. The prohibitive court costs undermine councillors' ability to help communities across Suffolk resolve local highway issues. Lack of funds, councillors, local highways, budgets are limited. Parish and town councillors often have small council tax precepts. Stifling! Small projects can be stopped by red tape and government-imposed TRO costs. Not value for money. It doesn't deliver value for money, which this administration is supposedly committed to as one of its 4 corporate objectives. This motion should be a priority for this council. Yet the ruling Conservatives administration hasn't brought a motion on this subject once in 21 years. Why? Please tell. We call on the council to support this motion and reduce this cost on local government in Suffolk and really deliver for our residents. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Mummery. May I call on your seconder, Councillor Patty Mulcahy, to either speak now or reserve your right to speak later.
I'll just speak now, thank you.
Thank you.
Chairwoman. I'm pleased to be able to second this motion, as highway speed and safety concerns have been the most prominent issue for the parish councils in my division for the last 5 years. The bureaucracy and costs to address these concerns has not only been challenging and time-consuming, but in most cases prohibitive. There's been a well-publicised example in my division of the time and cost involved in addressing these community concerns. I have a local primary school in a rural location that borders a 60-mile-per-hour road. Over the years, traffic regulation criteria have not been met to consider a speed reduction. However, with criteria changes and growth in the area leading to increased traffic, highways accepted the request could be reviewed. The process to address this request started with a road speed survey taking weeks to implement and complete, followed by the commissioning of a report to analyse the data by the Highway Speed and Safety Team, and finally, a report with recommendations was produced and £1,500 had been spent from my locality budget. Next, time was given for comments to the report from the police, the parish council, and myself. The report was then reviewed to determine if the criteria had been met. So after significant investment in time and money, it was determined the criteria was met and the speed reduction was granted. The community was overjoyed after many years of trying to get this done, until it learned of the next step, the traffic regulation order. Prior to any action being progressed in regards to the speed reduction, the parish council was presented with an invoice for the traffic regulation administrative cost of £7,381. Like June's project, these costs include a statutory consultation, a 4-week informal consultation, instruction to Suffolk Legal to draft the order, 3 weeks of formal advertisement, and the preparation of the traffic regulation order decision report. Eventually, the construction phase, hopefully, will take place, and the parish council has been given an estimate of costs at this time of an additional £6,312. This is likely to rise by the time the traffic regulation order is granted. With half the cost of the project spent on court fees and antiquated advertising, this one example highlights the excessive statutory costs parish councils and our locality budgets face. I'm sure every councillor here has at least one example in their divisions also. This council has already acknowledged some of these issues that parish councils and ourselves face through scrutiny and have taken steps to simplify procedures and lower the cost under its control, as evidenced with the recent updates to the 20-mile-per-hour reduction requests communities in Suffolk are making. I urge members to support this motion to request the leader to write to the UK government to review the statutory process and costs associated with the traffic regulation order, just as this council has done to support our communities and make Suffolk's roads safer.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Chris Chambers, as the spokesperson for the administration, you may speak for up to 5 minutes at any time. Would you like to speak now or later? Later.
Later, please.
Grand. I will now open the debate. Please signal to the monitoring officer now, because we will again need to close the debate once we have a show of hands at this point. Right. I'm closing. Sorry, is that you, Richard Brown?
Yeah.
And Councillor Stringer. Right, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We've got 8 speakers, I think. And I'm now closing the floor for speakers to volunteer. Councillor Stringer, you're the first speaker.
Thank you, Chair. I don't think I'll take long. I think what I'm about to say, I'll be in training to be a Conservative portfolio holder. What I'd like to say is, welcome to our world. Where have you been? It's actually better than it was, believe it or not. And it needs to get better for our communities. Know that you're correct. The Conservative administration has not brought any motion to this council about resetting speed limits and road traffic orders. Our group has twice in the last 5 years, so they didn't need to. Okay, the motions that we brought forward were not successful, but they have led to the review of the 20 miles an hour. So thank you for partially listening. Which is fine. This is the nature of debate in here. I also just want to know this thing about court costs. There is no judge sitting with a wig looking at the cost of road traffic orders. These are legal costs. These are lawyers that have to do the fine detail. Sorry?
That was amended.
It has been altered, but it was said in the speech. I'm sorry, Chair. It was said in the speech about the court costs. There are not court costs here. These are legal costs. And they are genuine. They cost a lot of money. You need to draft road traffic orders very accurately to make them work. And they need to be done by a competent person. And they are, with a legal background. So, just to clarify, happily support the motion. And this is why we brought a blanket 20-mile-an-hour motion. It was not about... Wait a minute. It is not about suggesting everywhere is 20 miles an hour. The cheapest way to do this is to put a blanket 20 over the whole of the county as one road traffic order. Then you can reset every traffic limit you want down to 20 if you want, in some places 30, 40, 50, 60, whatever you want. That is the most cost-effective way of doing it, and it allows parishes to get the speed limit that they require. So it's already been done twice, been rejected twice, but we've had a partial victory. Thank you very much, but I will support your motion.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Hopfensberger. Councillor Hopfensberger.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. One of the issues I hear most about from residents across my division is speeding and road safety. And I absolutely agree with the spirit of the motion, the wording that we have in front of us as amended. But unfortunately, it was let down by the accusations of the proposer. But I will continue because it's a genuine concern, even if it was expressed somewhat aggressively. Whether it's in our villages, on rural lanes, or along more heavily used routes, residents consistently tell me they are worried about speed of traffic and the risks it creates for drivers. Yes, but also for pedestrians, cyclists and horse riders. They want to feel safe in their own communities and rightly expect us as a highways authority to respond. But too often we do face these frustrating barriers, and the cost of delivering even a relatively small safety improvements can be very high. When traffic regulation comes with high costs, and put simple, sometimes common sense measures out of the reach of many parish councils and other local members, unless they wait a period of time for monies to be raised. So anything we can do to make that process less costly and more accessible is absolutely a right step in the right direction. Reducing or removing these fees would help unlock the ability to respond more quickly, but they are fees, and as Councillor Stringer said, it does take a lot of skill and legal people to put these in place. Otherwise, they're not worth the paper they're written on, and we can't enforce what we say. However, I do think it's important to say that speed limits and TROs alone are not the be-all and end-all when it comes to tackling speeding. Simply changing a number on a sign doesn't always change driver behaviour. That's why a broader, more practical approach is so important. Local speed and safety schemes can be highly effective, particularly when they're tailored to the character of a specific road or a community. In my own division, I've worked for community to deliver a range of these measures. I've supported the installation of speed indicator displays, which provide immediate feedback to drivers. I've helped introduce white village entrance gates to reinforce a sense of place and encourage drivers to slow down. We've improved road markings and signage, including not suitable for HGV signs, and installed flashing warning signs at dangerous bends. These are practical interventions that make a real difference on the ground. They are visible, they influence behaviour, and importantly, they are often more achievable than the formal speed limit changes, especially when costs are a constraint. Removal of one of these barriers to action is definitely helpful. It gives our communities a better chance of securing the measures they need to stay safe. Ultimately, it's about listening to our residents, responding to our concerns, and giving ourselves the tools to act. And if we can reduce unnecessary costs and make safety improvements more attainable, also the better.
Thank you. Councillor Fairclough-Mutton.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I wholeheartedly support this common sense motion. I think one of the things that I remember most, or I will remember most from this half-decade term, was in my smallest parish of Little Waldingfield. Little Waldingfield has an annual parish precept of £9,000 a year. £9,000. And on the average of the figures that Councillor Mummery has quoted, and indeed other quotes that the Highways team have provided me in the past, this is simply unfeasible. There are smaller villages in South Suffolk. I know Councillor Lindsay represents Kettlebaston. 60 residents live in that village. Tiny parish precept of £3,000. This common sense solution, by writing to the UK government, would allow people to really stand up for their local communities. This is a barrier, this is a roadblock that needs to be changed at national level for the betterment of the whole country, not just us in Suffolk. And I've already paid testament to small rural villages. At least in the rural areas, we do have the ability to call upon parishes to draw down on their SIL money in East Suffolk, Mid Suffolk and Baber. However, there are many members in this chamber that represent other parishes. Or in Ipswich, there is no town council in Ipswich, no town council that local members can go to co-support them in making common sense solutions. The Highway Code says that you cannot park on an intersection, a corner. Why, therefore, do you need a TRO to do what the law and the Highway Code already says you cannot do? These are simply measures that need to be addressed in what is bad law. There are bad laws, that is what happens in countries, but the important thing is, let's call upon today to ensure that this bad law is amended. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Rouse.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I was going to start by thanking Councillors Mummery and Mulcahy for bringing this motion, and then I thought that just the common sense behind it was undercut slightly by the anger at the end of it, which I didn't think was really necessary. You know, debates in this chamber can be constructive, and I think we should keep it that way. There are many things with which we disagree that haven't formed motions at this council. Simply because something hasn't been a motion doesn't mean we aren't unhappy with it. And I think before you spoke, you had the entire room on your side, and then you started to lose people as you went on. Having said that, I'm going to support the motion. Absolutely, I agree with you. I don't necessarily think you're getting to the heart of the issue. I think within the process, you've got the drafting, the advertising, the consultation, and the making and sealing of the order. All of those have costs associated with them, and I think writing to the government saying you're unhappy with the level of the costs won't achieve much. I think it's the process that's the problem, and whether that could be revised and completely redrawn. The costs are the product of a bad process. Looking at my own division, I've done wide-scale TROs across the patch around West Suffolk Hospital because people were unhappy with overspill parking. The problem is the bigger you make the TRO, the more objections you have. But as councillors, because the cost is so high, you find yourself sort of piecing together different elements to try and build a TRO, which then stands or falls on one element being removed. It is a flawed process. I do support the sentiment, I just don't support the tone.
Thank you very much. Councillor Scarf.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to actually support what Councillor Rout just said, actually, because combining TROs together was a good idea and saves your highways budget, can be extremely risky. I'll give you an example of one I've managed to get through in my ward. The first was to tackle school safety around a primary school, so absolutely vital because there'd been a number of near misses, and it was quite a big scheme, double yellow lines, single yellow lines, white H markings, etc. The second part of it was an access issue where vehicles were parked on both sides of the road, which prevented actually the district council's bin lorry getting down on a regular basis, and therefore the residents weren't able to have their rubbish collected, and also emergency vehicles. And the third part was actually removal of some double yellow lines and single yellow lines to alleviate parking issues in the Victorian Quarter in my ward. I took it on a three-part basis, on the basis I thought, okay, that's deliverable, because each of the schemes on their own together would have probably been very near my 4-year highways budget, and I managed to get it through. But there's always a risk, as you say, in combining TROs, because if there's one objection, the whole thing can fail. I take the point about consultation, but would make the point that I think consultation is absolutely vital, because you do have to have residents and businesses support for any TRO that you propose, because if you haven't got that in the first place, where does it go? So that is absolutely vital, and I think that's a really necessary part of the process. And interestingly enough, I tried to get another TRO started, and I talked to Councillor West and said, what do you think the chances are of getting a TRO through? He said, don't bother. He said, spend it on repairing potholes that aren't potholes or something similar. So I didn't, but I have to say I'm very pleased that myself and Councillor Wellham actually managed to get an extra issue dealt with, one in his ward and one in my ward, and that was dealt with and being currently dealt with under a town-wide TRO review as to whether they actually match the requirements on the road, what's on the road and what the orders are. So it is frustrating, the TRO process, and it's a very lengthy process, but I think actually the reward is at the end of the day when you actually manage to deliver a TRO scheme, whether it's on speed, double yellow lines, safety protection for schools, etc. The reward is that you've managed to achieve it. Having said that, since I managed to achieve it, I now get complaints about enforcement of that TRO, and I've actually had one on the mobile whilst we've been sitting in the meeting. But that's not to say that you shouldn't do it, because I think overall it's a good idea.
Thank you very much. Councillor Hicks.
Yeah, so I think a lot's already been said, so I'm not going to say too much, but I think if I could just give a bit of advice to Councillor Mummery, is that we came to you. I can give you advice, and I'm giving you advice. It's up to you whether you listen. We came to you with a change to the motion to help, because the wording you had used was totally and utterly wrong and made no sense. So we came to you and said, take out court fees, because that's not the issue. The issue is the cost of legislative compliance. So we came to help. So then to stand up and rally against us all that you haven't done this for 20 years, well, Councillor Hudson was a Conservative deputy leader of this council. He's actually been a councillor for 17 years. You could have just had a quick conversation with him. Councillor Fairclough Mutton was in the cabinet for 5 years. You could have asked him. So he's been a councillor for 5 years. So actually the combined Conservative amount of years served amongst your colleagues, I've calculated about 32 years. So instead of rallying against us, why don't you just talk to your colleagues who actually all sat on this bench before they made that deceitful move to reform? Thank
Excuse me, please, deceitful isn't a good word to use in the chamber. I don't like it. Thank you. We will now move on to Councillor Lindsay.
Thank you, Chair. And can I support what you just said? I do think language like that is inappropriate, actually. They're free to, anyone's free to defect if they want to. It's not necessarily deceitful. So, yeah, I mean, just to back up what my colleague, Councillor Stringer, said, and actually what Councillor Hicks said, some of you were on that side when I repeatedly brought motions to bring in a review of speed limits, and you all voted with the whip against that. Now, on the word blanket, just to clarify what we're talking about here, it's default. We all know, we've known for a decade, that 20 miles per hour is a safer speed than 30, and injuries and killed are reduced with that speed, and I'm sure that's why Councillor Chambers, it's in the papers. That's why he introduced and simplified the procedure, and there's still further to go. We don't actually need to go. I support this motion because I do think it helps going to government, but there's additional things that the administration can do to reduce the costs, and that's bundling TROs, when we've already got a very simple policy now on 20, which is if it's below a certain mean speed, then you get the limit. You just wait, there'll be lots of applications from communities, from villages, you bundle them up and you have one TRO, as myself and Councillor Fraser did with reducing the speed limit on the road that ran through both our constituencies. We halved the cost of the TRO because we had one for the two projects. And it's very easy to do that and to bulk process. That's what you need to look at. You've got
Councillor Lindsay, it's not about speed, it's about regulation orders.
It's talking
so please,
about
can you
speeding
keep on talking?
in the motion. Chair, forgive me, but the motion talks about hazardous parking and speeding, and one of the things they're talking about is speed limits, and I'm addressing myself to that speed limit, because I've been responsible for quite a few speed limit changes in my area. I think it's a valid argument. So please, I'd urge, I know you've not much got time left for this administration, but I'd urge whichever administration comes next, that they look at bulk processing speed limit applications, and the TRO costs will come down massively. Thank you.
Councillor Wellham.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to remind our colleagues up there, or the people up there, of the working group set up by Scrutiny. Councillor Chambers, Councillor Bird will be aware of that. We looked at the TRO process, so it has been looked at within the last 18 months, something like that, certainly less than 2 years. So either, Councillor Mummery, you hadn't been helped by your colleagues, or you chose to ignore what has been done already. It's unusual for me to say that they've done something useful, but they have on this occasion looked at the TRO process. And from my experience as a highway engineer, and I must have probably had nearly as many TROs across my desk when I've had hot meals. From my experience, I can tell you that the costs come down if you look at the order process across an area. So if you've got colleagues in neighbouring divisions and you look at those together, then the cost per order will come down. And the other thing which is important is that we retain the staff who have got the expertise in drafting the schedules, which are the important, I know the legal bit's important, but the very important part of the order is the schedules that go with it, and we must retain the staff who do that. Court fees is still mentioned in paragraph 3, so I don't know whether at some point the proposer would like to remove statutory court fees from. Otherwise, the council is writing to ask for a reduction or removal of the court fee. So I think we still need to return to that. So I go back to the point that we've got staff who can do this work. The cost of the work can be kept down, but it is absolutely vital that we keep these staff. And I do note that if your party is in a position to cut backroom staff, as your leader has already stated, then the TRO process will suffer.
Thank you. Councillor Byard. Councillor Byard.
Thank you, Chair. In support of Councillor Mummery's passion, I know this is an important issue. Both of us are keen about this, and there are moments when perhaps that passion does overtake what happens in the chamber. Just very briefly, and thank you, Councillor Wellham, I was just going to mention that. There's a contradiction, because in that last sentence, we are not writing to ask about the changes to court fees. We've established that. So should we not, with a friendly amendment, to replace court fees just with the word costs? Would that not make sense? I just wondered if Councillor Mummery would accept that might be a friendly amendment, which would then enable us to totally support that. I think we've established court fees was removed earlier, but it's still in the what this council will do, costs rather than court fees. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I agree there's a language, possibly an oversight in the text, is what it looks like to me. Monitoring Officer Nigel, could you please comment on that?
Looking at Standing Order 8.3.7, alteration of a motion. A councillor may alter a motion of which they have given notice with the consent of the council. The council consent will be signified without discussion. It's whether the council agrees for Councillor Mummery to make the alteration to her motion. And so the court fees mentioned in the final paragraph is amended to cost of legislative compliance to match the wording in the second paragraph. Thank you. Does council agree?
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. So Councillor Bennett.
I take it everyone has agreed that minor change. Councillor Bennett.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for giving me the chance. I will be very quick. I've only given 30 seconds, but as the proposer of the said 20-mile-an-hour motion last year, all-party consensus on swifter action on road safety is music to my ears. So thank you all, and I will support this motion. There was one point that Councillor Mulcahy, just as a word you used, Councillor Mulcahy, which was antiquated consultation methods, which I take an issue with. I was surprised slightly in the 20-mile-an-hour zone that I've put forward in Felixstowe that's currently in the process of consultation, that individual letters go out to every resident, and that may be considered antiquated. But what it does do is it gives all residents a quiet thinking space to consider, to reflect on the motion being put, on the idea being put forward. So I hope in whatever changes might come forward in the future, that idea of a letter that gives each individual resident the chance to give their views is really important. I would just add that possibly giving a brief rationale for the said TRO coming in so that people have a background to it would help matters as well. At the moment it's very legalistic and they just have to do their research themselves. I think if the rationale was put forward, that would be very useful. But I will support this motion in making things easier to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I now call on Councillor Chris Chambers, a spokesperson for the administration. Councillor, you have 5 minutes.
I won't need that, thank you. Madam Chairman, I'm just going to reassure my group we are meant to be supporting this. You wouldn't think. But who knows? It's up to you. To Councillor Markay, what you mentioned earlier on, the TRO, I understand because I was the one who granted it, and I believe I was there on a cold morning. I believe you weren't present, but Bucklesham are very happy. I believe that the speed limit was lowered. Look, I think we all agree that the TRO process is complicated, it's long, it's overly expensive, and for that I am going to support the motion because I do agree with it. And Councillor Wellham's exactly right. The Scrutiny Committee did look at this, and myself and officers attended a task and finish group where we went through in detail about the TRO process and how we benchmark our costs against other local authorities to know that we're sort of within the same sort of costing ratio as other councils. The 20 mile an hour policy, look, I'm really proud of the 20 mile an hour policy that we brought in. Members may not be completely happy with it, but I think we showed on this side of the chamber that we listened. The communities wanted a simpler process to implement 20 mile an hour policy, so we listened and ultimately we've delivered. It'll be interesting to know if Reform UK would support such a policy. But the process, I think Councillor Rout summed it up perfectly. The process needs to change, and that happy to support the motion for that reason. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Chambers. Councillor Mummery, as proposer of the motion, would you like to add anything to it?
Yes, I would.
You have 3 minutes max. Thank you.
3 minutes, right, I have to be fast. Councillor Rout and the other lady, I didn't catch your name. Of course I bring passion back into the room. I've sat here for I don't know...
Excuse me, can we refer to councillors by their surnames in the chamber?
Sorry, madam.
Well,
Councillor... Oh, yeah, I can't. Hoffensberg, sorry. Sorry. I'd just like to say, of course I bring passion back into the room. I've had to sit here for hours on end, listen to you all patting yourself on the back. I am passionate. It's my first speech, and I'm nervous. So what I do, I then try... You're doing it again. Can I speak? Can I speak without you rudely interrupting? I'm trying to answer your questions. I'll go back to what I was trying to say. So a medium-sized car is approximately £30,000. Running a car in the UK can set you back around £300 to £400 a month. Fuel, insurance and maintenance. How many potholes could be fixed if legal costs were scrapped for small highway code jobs? Or even better, we could go back to resurfacing our roads on a regular basis, which apparently is more cost-effective than fixing potholes. As I said earlier, 21 years to debate this subject in full council, and you failed. Can I finish? I can't. The art of doing nothing is often perfected by committees. Thanks. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. What is Councillor Bird? What are you trying to express? Can we see whatever it is you're holding up, please?
Thank you. Thank you for giving me the invitation. I mean, it's been alleged that in 21 years we haven't discussed traffic regulation or orders, as my colleague over there pointed out last year. That's what I was holding up.
I think. We are taking a vote now on the motion. Please don't. No.
Right, Madam Chairman. It's rather bad that I think new members should be heard. And I found it very difficult to hear the member who was sitting next to me. I know probably I need my ears tested, but I couldn't hear it. Could you pass an opinion on that, please? It was very, very rowdy and unpleasant.
I'm just checking.
Yeah, so Councillor Hodson,
There is a requirement within the Constitution that when making a point of order, the person making the point of order identifies the rule in the Constitution or the law that has been broken. That has not been done on any of those points of orders made this afternoon, and I just wanted to flag that. So unless it's put appropriately before the Council for consideration, I don't think we've taken this point of order.
so thank you, Councillor Cook. So Councillor Hodson, Standing Order 8.3.13, a point of order. Councillor must raise a point of order any time. The Chairman will hear them immediately. A point of order may only relate to an alleged breach of these Council rules of procedure or the law. The Council must indicate the rule or law and the way in which they consider it has been broken. The ruling of the Chairman on the matter will be final.
If we believe that a point of order has been broken, then I would ask Councillor Mummery to repeat her speech, please. Do we believe it or not?
That's a matter for you, Chair.
Yeah. Okay, according to the monitoring officer, there has not been a breach of the rules. So there is no point of order. So the remedy does not apply. I'm sorry. We will move to the electronic vote. Don't press anything on your touch screens. If you support the motion, press yes. If you do not agree, press no, and press abstain if you wish to abstain. Are you all ready? I will start the vote. Please vote now. Please ensure your screen shows the words, "Your vote has been cast." Has everyone voted? I shall now close the vote. The results are 31 for, 3 against, and 14 abstentions. The vote is carried. We will now move on to agenda item 13, Cabinet Member Reports and Questions. Please remember that each councillor can only ask one question and one supplementary question. No questions in advance were received from councillors within the timescales. I will therefore ask for questions from the floor. Please raise your hand if you have a question, and I will call as many people as possible. Let's see, do we have a list of... We have Councillor Bird, Councillor Mason, Councillor Hood. We have 3 councillors' questions. I'm closing that opportunity to ask a question. So, Councillor, who was first?
Councillor Hood.
Councillor Hood, your question was first.
Yes, thank you. I wanted to draw attention to the agenda item 13J, Councillor Wiles' portfolio, and I wanted to thank...
Excuse me, sorry. Could everyone please stop talking and be quiet in the chamber while somebody's speaking?
Thank you. I wanted to thank Councillor Wiles and the trading standards team at Suffolk County Council, because they've done the most outstanding job. I'm going to ask a question for Newmarket by closing the 3 vape shops that opened in Newmarket, first for 3 months, and then one of them apparently didn't want to reopen, but they've closed the remaining 2 for another 3 months. So I don't believe that's happened anywhere else in the country, and it's an outstanding piece of work by Trading Standards. My question is, because the 6 months is now just expiring and seemingly these places can reopen, whether Councillor Wiles has any news on his investigations into possibly how the current law can be strengthened so that these places can't after thousands of illegal vapes and cigarettes and containers of tobacco are confiscated, open almost immediately again. Yeah, so I'm hoping that there might be good news on a change in the law. Thank you.
Thank you for your question, Councillor Hood. Is there a response, Councillor Wiles?
Yes, thank you. And Councillor Hood, thank you for the warm encouragement. Yes, indeed, there is a blight on our high street at the moment. Trading standards in Suffolk are limited in their actions by the Antisocial Behaviour Act of 2014. I have contacted each and every one of our MPs asking for support to make a very small change within the legislation to allow whatever's left of the county council's period to allow the trading standards to at least go to the courts and get the papers that they need. I am still waiting for responses from quite a few of our MPs, which is very, very unfortunate. But Councillor Hood, please be assured, we have worked together. We have managed to make a difference in many of our larger towns which have the problems, and I'll continue to do so until I no longer sit in this chamber. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We now have Councillor Mason.
Thank you, Chair. I've got a question for Councillor Chris Chambers. Given that the population of Suffolk is currently around 800,000 people, and the Forest City 1 concept now being discussed publicly suggests a new settlement of up to 1 million people between Haverhill and Newmarket, I have to say that I find the speculative nature and sheer scale of the proposal both preposterous and deeply troubling. It's not only caused considerable consternation across the area, but also very real fear among residents that this proposed scheme could ultimately be imposed on our communities by government. Does a Cabinet member share my concern that a concept of this magnitude, which would effectively create a new conurbation across West Suffolk, risks disregarding the character and well-being of existing communities that live there today, while also destroying beautiful countryside and permanently removing valuable food-producing farmland? Does he agree that our focus should instead be on sustainable and manageable growth that strengthens existing towns and villages through proper investment in infrastructure, rather than the creation of a vast speculative development severely affecting communities such as Haverhill, Withersfield and countless other rural communities across West Suffolk? And finally...
Excuse me, what is your question? Can you get to your question, please?
Okay, and finally, if the government were ever to propose a development in the area, does he also agree that priority should be given to improving transport links to Cambridge, investing in better healthcare facilities, and ensuring that any growth is sustainable? Do you agree with me that growth must strengthen the communities we already have, not sweep them aside? Thank you.
Councillor Chambers.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Councillor Mason. Yes, so I do certainly share the concerns about the scale and speculative nature of what's been described. Proposal of this magnitude, effectively creating a new settlement comparable to a size of a city, would represent a very significant change for West Suffolk and the region, and it's entirely understandable that residents in places such as Haverhill and Withersfield and the surrounding rural communities feel increasingly anxious about what it could mean for the area, its character and the countryside. However, if a scheme of this kind were ever to receive government backing, it is evident that a very substantial infrastructure investment would be required. This would need to include improved transport connectivity, linking not only to Cambridge, but also to Haverhill and Bury St Edmunds, alongside significant provision for healthcare, education, utilities and community infrastructure more broadly. But I would also add that Suffolk is a rural community, a rural county, and we must certainly protect that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our final question comes from Councillor Bird.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is to Councillor Rout. Would he agree with me that the purpose behind local government reform is to give a simpler local government system for the public to understand, but more importantly to eliminate the unnecessary duplication and waste to the taxpayer? Would he therefore also further agree with me that to implore the Minister, even at this 11th hour when the decision is expected in a matter of days, assuming of course the Labour government don't make another U-turn, but would he implore along with me for the Minister to make a correct decision, and that decision would be one not made for narrow party political advantage, but for the interests of the people of Suffolk, and that decision should be for one unitary government for Suffolk?
Councillor Rudd.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. As far as I'm aware, we haven't had the decision yet. We've been in here so long, I feel like I'm going to emerge from the room and discover we've been unitarised. In all seriousness, Councillor Baird, I completely concur. We've said all along that one Suffolk is smarter, simpler, better. It will save our taxpayers money. It will remove unnecessary bureaucracy, and it will allow for reinvestment in all of those services that we want to see improved, like improving our highways. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Please wait for the gavel before leaving your seat. Please, would you take all belongings, paperwork and rubbish with you? Please place your microphone, smart card in the collection box at the room exit and return your nameplates. And finally, remember to check your pigeonholes before you leave. This concludes the business for today's meeting. Thank you for your participation. I wish you all a safe journey home.